2022 de México, Brasil y de LATAM, y ambos torneos se estarán jugando en simultáneo ese mes.
Muy pronto conocerán más formas en las que podrán participar en competencias oficiales, así que sigue atento a las novedades en nuestras redes.
Así que ya lo saben, estamos listos y dispuestos para dar toda la emoción a este gran torneo. Me despido, soy Corsario,
Jaguar 70,
Kevin MPB
y Killer, y nos vemos en la próxima.
Dear PUBG Mobile players, now that PUBG Mobile version 1.9 has been released, the 4th anniversary celebration events have also begun in the themed Arangel and Livic maps. In this video, we'll introduce the new content of the 4th anniversary celebration. We hope you like it. Colorful Spawn Island. Did you think you could only get in a fist fight on Spawn Island? Well, now you can do even more. On the new Colorful Spawn Island, all players will get colored balls that come in 4 different colors and can be thrown. You can use these to dye buildings into the color of your choice. When you admire your masterpiece from different angles, the shapes of the buildings will also constantly change. Interesting, right? Other than dyeing things in different colors, these colored balls are also important items that can be used to summon giant statues. When all 4 giant statues are summoned, you will trigger a special themed performance on Spawn Island. Try it now! Aerial Battleground. In the new version, the battlefield has been expanded to include the sky. This is the new vibrant aerial battleground. Players who jump and land on the 2 aerial battlegrounds of the map will change into colored outfits and be able to search for colored shop tokens with other players and use them in the shop. Players can't be eliminated in this battlefield, so you can gather supplies or get in as many firefights with other players as you like. When you are hit by an enemy, your head cover will grow larger and you will eventually float out of the battleground. If a teammate shoots you, your head cover will shrink and return you to the ground of the aerial battleground. The aerial battleground is only available in the first 5 minutes of a match, so you better be quick if you want to experience it. New Colorful Bicycle. In the new version, you will have the chance to try out the new folding mountain bike. This bike doesn't need to be refueled or recharged, cannot be destroyed, and doesn't create any noise when it's used. So it's your best bet if you want to hide your tracks. You can even store it in your backpack at any time and use it at the right moment to quickly move about. If used properly, the folding mountain bike can be immensely helpful on this complicated battlefield. Do keep in mind that the folding mountain bike will only appear in the 4th anniversary celebration-themed event maps. Don't underestimate it. Small police stations, small military-themed camps, and party-themed camps. On the themed maps, small police stations, small military-themed camps, and party-themed camps will now appear. The firearms depots in these small police stations contain lots of extra supplies. Small military-themed camps have a chance of appearing with a vehicle radar that can be used to learn the location of nearby vehicles. Party-themed camps can be either large or small. If a player activates the exhibition in these camps, they will be able to get combat supplies and souvenirs and obtain exclusive season memories. To give players a party atmosphere in these camps, we've specially incorporated 4 Easter eggs voted on by the players into the camps. This time, you'll be able to get supplies and relive happy memories with your teammates. That's all we've got to say about the 4th anniversary celebration events today. We highly encourage you to play and experience it. If you want to know more about PUBG Mobile, please follow our official social media groups. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Hola a todos los sobrevivientes y amantes del pollito. La temporada 2021 ha concluido, pero con ello le damos inicio a la nueva temporada competitiva de PUBG Mobile. Chicos, ¿están listos para explicarla?
Claro que sí, Kevin. Este año, la PUBG Mobile Pro League es la máxima competencia de nuestra región, donde los mejores equipos de Latinoamérica lucharán por alcanzar la gloria en el escenario internacional. ¿Y cómo está compuesta la Pro League, Corsario?
Jaguar, déjame que te cuente, porque PUBG Mobile Pro League está compuesta por los 20 mejores equipos de LATAM, de los cuales 16 provienen de la PMPL LATAM Season 2. Los 4 cupos faltantes clasificarán mediante la PMPL Qualifiers, que estará compuesta por 2 equipos de las PMCO México y LATAM, más los 4 últimos lugares de la PMPL anterior. Dichos torneos clasificatorios durará 3 días, donde todos los equipos competirán para cumplir su sueño de ser parte de los mejores equipos de Latinoamérica.
A ver, Corsario, está todo muy lindo, hasta ahora son los mejores y demás, pero ¿qué se juegan?
Es verdad, es muy cierto, pero recuerda que además del increíble honor de ser el mejor equipo de toda una región y recibir increíbles premios, también te abrirá las puertas de par en par a las próximas etapas de calibre internacional.
Entonces está buenísimo. Pero una cosita más que tengo que recordarle a la gente. Recordemos, sí señor, que nuestros torneos, o nuestro torneo mejor dicho, tendrá 3 días de transmisión por semana durante casi 2 meses de competencia. Así que agárrense y serán transmitidos por las redes oficiales de PUBG Mobile Latinoamérica. También tendremos torneos amateur como la Latinoamérica Open, que se jugarán durante el mes de febrero y de marzo. Contaremos con los clasificatorios que otorgarán lugares para la PMPL LATAM Season 3, que se jugarán durante los días 18, 19 y 20 de febrero.
Durante el mes de marzo tendremos nuestra queridísima PMPL LATAM Season 3 y además la PMCO 2022 de México, Brasil y de LATAM, y ambos torneos se estarán jugando en simultáneo ese mes.
Muy pronto conocerán más formas en las que podrán participar en competencias oficiales. Así que sigue atento a las novedades en nuestras redes.
Así que ya lo saben, estamos listos y dispuestos para dar toda la emoción a este gran torneo. Me despido, soy Corsario,
Jaguar 70,
Kevin MPB
y Killer. Y nos vemos en la próxima.
Dear PUBG Mobile players, now that PUBG Mobile version 1.9 has been released, the 4th anniversary celebration events have also begun in the themed Arangel and Livic maps. In this video, we'll introduce the new content of the 4th anniversary celebration. We hope you like it. Colorful Spawn Island. Did you think you could only get in a fist fight on Spawn Island? Well, now you can do even more. On the new Colorful Spawn Island, all players will get colored balls that come in 4 different colors and can be thrown. You can use these to dye buildings into the color of your choice. When you admire your masterpiece from different angles, the shapes of the buildings will also constantly change. Interesting, right? Other than dyeing things in different colors, these colored balls are also important items that can be used to summon giant statues. When all 4 giant statues are summoned, you will trigger a special themed performance on Spawn Island. Try it now! Aerial Battleground. In the new version, the battlefield has been expanded to include the sky. This is the new Vibrant Aerial Battleground. Players who jump and land on the 2 aerial battlegrounds of the map will change into colored outfits and be able to search for colored shop tokens with other players and use them in the shop. Players can't be eliminated in this battlefield, so you can gather supplies or get in as many firefights with other players as you like. When you are hit by an enemy, your head cover will grow larger and you will eventually float out of the battleground. If a teammate shoots you, your head cover will shrink and return you to the ground of the aerial battleground. The aerial battleground is only available in the first 5 minutes of a match, so you better be quick if you want to experience it. New Colorful Bicycle. In the new version, you will have the chance to try out the new folding mountain bike. This bike doesn't need to be refueled or recharged, cannot be destroyed, and doesn't create any noise when it's used. So it's your best bet if you want to hide your tracks. You can even store it in your backpack at any time and use it at the right moment to quickly move about. If used properly, the folding mountain bike can be immensely helpful on this complicated battlefield. Do keep in mind that the folding mountain bike will only appear in the 4th anniversary celebration-themed event maps. Don't underestimate it. Small police stations, small military-themed camps, and party-themed camps. On the themed maps, small police stations, small military-themed camps, and party-themed camps will now appear. The firearms depots in these small police stations contain lots of extra supplies. Small military-themed camps have a chance of appearing with a vehicle radar that can be used to learn the location of nearby vehicles. Party-themed camps can be either large or small. If a player activates the exhibition in these camps, they will be able to get combat supplies and souvenirs and obtain exclusive season memories. To give players a party atmosphere in these camps, we've specially incorporated 4 Easter eggs voted on by the players into the camps. This time, you'll be able to get supplies and relive happy memories with your teammates. That's all we've got to say about the 4th anniversary celebration events today. We highly encourage you to play and experience it. If you want to know more about PUBG Mobile, please follow our official social media groups. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Hola a todos los sobrevivientes y amantes del pollito. La temporada 2021 ha concluido, pero con ello le damos inicio a la nueva temporada competitiva de PUBG Mobile. Chicos, ¿están listos para explicarla?
Claro que sí, Kevin. Este año, la PUBG Mobile Pro League es la máxima competencia de nuestra región, donde los mejores equipos de Latinoamérica lucharán por alcanzar la gloria en el escenario internacional. ¿Y cómo está compuesta la Pro League, Corsario?
Jaguar, déjame que te cuente, porque PUBG Mobile Pro League está compuesta por los 20 mejores equipos de LATAM, de los cuales 16 provienen de la PMPL LATAM Season 2. Los 4 cupos faltantes clasificarán mediante la PMPL Qualifiers, que estará compuesta por 2 equipos de las PMCO México y LATAM, más los 4 últimos lugares de la PMPL anterior. Dichos torneos clasificatorios durará 3 días, donde todos los equipos competirán para cumplir su sueño de ser parte de los mejores equipos de Latinoamérica.
A ver, Corsario, está todo muy lindo, hasta ahora son los mejores y demás, pero ¿qué se juegan?
Es verdad, es muy cierto, pero recuerda que además del increíble honor de ser el mejor equipo de toda una región y recibir increíbles premios, también te abrirá las puertas de par en par a las próximas etapas de calibre internacional.
Entonces está buenísimo. Pero una cosita más que tengo que recordarle a la gente. Recordemos, sí señor, que nuestros torneos, o nuestro torneo mejor dicho, tendrá 3 días de transmisión por semana durante casi 2 meses de competencia. Así que agárrense y serán transmitidos por las redes oficiales de PUBG Mobile Latinoamérica. También tendremos torneos amateur como la Latinoamérica Open, que se jugarán durante el mes de febrero y de marzo. Contaremos con los clasificatorios que otorgarán lugares para la PMPL LATAM Season 3, que se jugarán durante los días 18, 19 y 20 de febrero.
Durante el mes de marzo tendremos nuestra queridísima PMPL LATAM Season 3 y además la PMCO 2022 de México, Brasil y de LATAM, y ambos torneos se estarán jugando en simultáneo ese mes.
Muy pronto conocerán más formas en las que podrán participar en competencias oficiales, así que sigue atento a las novedades en nuestras redes.
Así que ya lo saben, estamos listos y dispuestos para dar toda la emoción a este gran torneo. Me despido, soy Corsario,
Jaguar 70,
Kevin MPB
y Killer, y nos vemos en la próxima.
Dear PUBG Mobile players, now that PUBG Mobile version 1.9 has been released, the 4th anniversary celebration events have also begun in the themed Arangel and Livic maps. In this video, we'll introduce the new content of the 4th anniversary celebration. We hope you like it. Colorful Spawn Island. Did you think you could only get in a fistfight on Spawn Island? Well, now you can do even more. On the new Colorful Spawn Island, all players will get colored balls that come in 4 different colors and can be thrown. You can use these to dye buildings into the color of your choice. When you admire your masterpiece from different angles, the shapes of the buildings will also constantly change. Interesting, right? Other than dyeing things in different colors, these colored balls are also important items that can be used to summon giant statues. When all 4 giant statues are summoned, you will trigger a special themed performance on Spawn Island. Try it now! Aerial Battleground. In the new version, the battlefield has been expanded to include the sky. This is the new vibrant aerial battleground. Players who jump and land on the 2 aerial battlegrounds of the map will change into colored outfits and be able to search for colored shop tokens with other players and use them in the shop. Players can't be eliminated in this battlefield, so you can gather supplies or get in as many firefights with other players as you like. When you are hit by an enemy, your head cover will grow larger and you will eventually float out of the battleground. If a teammate shoots you, your head cover will shrink and return you to the ground of the aerial battleground. The aerial battleground is only available in the first 5 minutes of a match, so you better be quick if you want to experience it. New Colorful Bicycle. In the new version, you will have the chance to try out the new folding mountain bike. This bike doesn't need to be refueled or recharged, cannot be destroyed, and doesn't create any noise when it's used. So it's your best bet if you want to hide your tracks. You can even store it in your backpack at any time and use it at the right moment to quickly move about. If used properly, the folding mountain bike can be immensely helpful on this complicated battlefield. Do keep in mind that the folding mountain bike will only appear in the 4th anniversary celebration-themed event maps. Don't underestimate it. Small police stations, small military-themed camps, and party-themed camps. On the themed maps, small police stations, small military-themed camps, and party-themed camps will now appear. The firearms depots in these small police stations contain lots of extra supplies. Small military-themed camps have a chance of appearing with a vehicle radar that can be used to learn the location of nearby vehicles. Party-themed camps can be either large or small. If a player activates the exhibition in these camps, they will be able to get combat supplies and souvenirs and obtain exclusive season memories. To give players a party atmosphere in these camps, we've specially incorporated 4 Easter eggs voted on by the players into the camps. This time, you'll be able to get supplies and relive happy memories with your teammates. That's all we've got to say about the 4th anniversary celebration events today. We highly encourage you to play and experience it. If you want to know more about PUBG Mobile, please follow our official social media groups. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Last super weekend of the entire PMPL Latin America. This is down to the wire. Some of these teams, they just really need to, we keep saying it, they're like, this is the finally, from the qualifiers, they finally got here to Super Weekend. This is where the points actually matter, and they're going to be tallied up with the past Super Weekends.
A bit crazy, I think. For some of these teams, they have not had the consistency to build up to this point, but they've been doing okay for the points from the previous Super Weekends, or we should just call it league play. So one team that I really want to talk about, on the get-go, Stelacy. We watched them and was like, oh, they're looking so good. 2 wins back-to-back at the start of this, recent qualification. 48 points, I believe, from those 2 games, and they've averaged less than 2 points in the remainder of that week. And so I don't know what's going on, but they have, some buffer coming into, of course, once again, the Super Weekends.
Yeah, you never want to be that, known for that team. It's like, either you go really, really big like Stelacy did the first 2, or it's just pretty much just a fat 0 for all the other games. But definitely on the other side of the spectrum, it's going to be Aton 7. I think they won maybe 2 matches from the qualifiers, but every single time it was super consistent. They were always able to get at least some points for placement or elimination points, and every single game was at least an average or a good game for them. But we are having the kind of layout of the entire PMPL. So we're having qualifying weekends, which would feed into the Super Weekend. So teams had to be top 16 in that particular qualifying week to make it into that next Super Weekend the following week. And we had that a couple of times. So this is the last round of that. And the Super Weekend or league play, that's where the points actually matter, and teams are trying to get that top 16 in league play to make it into finals next weekend.
Yeah, and it's going to be quite exciting, to be fair. Like, just 3 more days to go, and then they will have 1 week to prep, and it's those 18 games. But today, of course, we are coming back to a very Erangel-heavy format, and we will look at the 16 teams that made it through from those previous 3 days of play. So unfortunately, we won't have a few teams. So we're already sending away 9Z and Noobs Esports since they didn't make it to the previous weekends and they didn't qualify again. So that's a little bit painful to see. But Golden Eagles and Fraternity were the 2 other teams that won't be playing in these coming 3 days.
Yeah, this is going to become a little bit more, easier for these teams to keep track of. Now there's no more, hey, which team is sitting out this group, or, we have, hey, this group or this map, and what groups are we not? So this place is open, now this place is free, and we have some of those teams that don't have a designated drop spot, and they're just kind of, what do you call it, where they're just kind of like, hey, wherever's open, wherever the team that isn't in this lobby, we're just gonna go there, sort of thing. That might kind of really shuffle the deck a little bit. So now it's getting into, hey, these are top 16 teams. This entire weekend, we should see pretty consistent, drop spots and rotations, depending on the playing path, though.
It's going to be quite interesting, I think. Like, for certain teams, they were deciding to hot drop, in the past day. And that means they need to probably change, they got to prepare, 4 days at a time, because of the small break that we had. So I hope they're ready to play like these 3 days. Of course, like right now with Team Queso right on top, following by Furious Gaming, Buluc Chabtan, and Infinity. So these teams, they have been a bit up and down, but to be fair, some of the biggest games were won by them.
Yeah, Team Queso in the last Super Weekend, we saw them win 3 winner chicken dinners in a row, which is absolutely crazy. It's good for them. You see 8 winner chicken dinners. How if you look a little bit more in detail at the points, you see Team Queso and then Furious Gaming. They have 5 more chicken dinners than Furious Gaming, but the point difference is only maybe 50 points or so. So that goes to show that Furious Gaming has been a little bit more consistent. We've seen Team Queso they had some great wins, but they also had some really bad games where they didn't put a whole ton of numbers up.
Absolutely. And of course, at the bottom there, as we talked about already, we are sending away a good few teams already with Golden Eagles in there. Maybe I was getting a little bit of a different point score. Anyway, no, I think they were struggling, as we really saw already. So Noobs Esports and 9Z as well. And I think out of these teams, I want to look at maybe CP9 Esports, because they are looking decent when it comes to this over ranking. But when it comes to those past 3 days of qualification, they had good games. but the average was not there. The aggression was there though, so that's something that we really want to see. And it's important to talk about Isurus as well, because they really need to get into this one, and they did, especially from that last day that they averaged more than 10 points per game, really pulled themselves out of that bottom spot, and so that they can actually still contend.
Yeah, the benchmark here is, so we have the 4 teams that were out. That was Fraternity and Ventru. That was above that 16-point mark. So it's up to Estorm, Isurus, those teams that are below them to really try to get like 138 points. That's what they need to get to make it into top 16. They can bump those 2 teams out of it. We do have the prize pool though for the finals. Nice cash money going on, first place through 8th place, and of course just participation as well. Every single team getting $6,000 US, and the MVP. I mean, that's huge bragging rights, right? I'd be like, I was the best player, the most valued player in the entire tournament, and getting $1,000 US just for myself. So great way to, like you always say, invest it back into, you know, getting a good phone, just more things to improve yourself for the next stages, which will be PMPL America.
Yeah, imagine being the MVP and still feel like, oh, I need a better phone. So whatever you were playing on, like, just weren't good enough, but you were still the MVP. That is a terrifying thought for other players, but hey, you never know, because that is how, it's part of the deal, right? Like, if your device cannot handle, it's tricky, and this is why we talk about reinvestment and stuff. And of course, we need to talk about these 3 days as well. Like, practically, we are only, fighting, eliminating maybe 2 to 3, like 1 to 2 teams from these 16 that are playing. So you can say that they get to play around a little bit, but we always talk about this, at least I do, like, sometimes how you play in 1 or 2 games, like you play every game in a similar way. So there's no really room for you to slack, especially when we talk about the learning. Is first refining your own plays, then you play reactive. So when it comes to that, establishing your own style, we see teams still being, a little bit wishy-washy, like not quite there yet, and the consistency is not coming through. So I think this is actually a very good practice opportunity. I don't think any team should really practice anything too out of their norm.
I think we'll also see a little bit more consistency in that we have a Wrangle, the more consistent map, more, like not crazy plane pass like we see in Miramar, where we may force half the lobby into an alternative drop spot. Or like yesterday, we saw 2 Sandhogs and 2 Miramars, only 1 Wrangle. Like, we never, I would be very scared going into the last match, saying a team that I need to put up some big points to even qualify into top 16, and the last game is a Sandhog, right? It's just kind of, you never really know what to expect. It's so small. So what I'm saying is, each of the days this weekend, we're gonna have 3 Wrangles, 2 Miramar, or 1 Miramar and 1 Sandhawk. So if these teams, if you got a Wrangle really solidified down, you should do very well this weekend.
Theoretically, yes, and sometimes that's not strong enough though against the matter of momentum, right? So if they've been playing in a bit of a slump, that's not going to help them anyway. The confidence issue can transfer over, and that will be the key thing here. But of course, like we said, 9 out of 15 games will be on this classical map, and we'll see whether they can really hold that down. And a lot to really look at, I think, mostly about teams bouncing back, after like 3 disappointing days, or teams that showed some colors, whether they can find the strength and repeat that as many times as possible.
Yeah, we all really love to see in a Wrangle. It's the map that first came out in PUBG Mobile way back in 2018. So it's the map that all these teams should know like the back of their hand, right? But predictions. All right, who is going to start this weekend off really strong? Who do you think, Tarzan?
I have to go for Team Queso. You know what? Because the way that they played recent Wrangle's been good. And that's it. And to be fair, like when we look at yesterday's game and the momentum from previous weeks as well, you have to, it's a safe bet, right? So I'm gonna go with that, and taking that away from you, no problem.
Safe bet. No, my theory against Team Castle always takes a little bit to like warm up and get ready. So I'll probably be picking Team Castle later on in the day, but we'll see. Maybe they're breaking their pattern now. But I'm probably gonna go with Mezexis Dreams. Not just because I really like their logo. And you're like, one of these times we're not going to talk about logos. But no, I think Mezexis Dreams, they have a lot of pressure on them. They are currently not in that top 16 kind of standings to get into the finals.
Right.
And I think the teams that are below that, Fraternity, Venture, that didn't make it into the Super Weekend, like they're gonna be even more hyper motivated because Fraternity 138, that is the benchmark to try to shoot above. If the teams that are below them, Estorm, Isurus, Mezexis Dreams, and Golden Eagles can all shoot above 138, and that's not too hard. Golden Eagles is at 55 points. That's about 80 some points across 3 days. That's completely doable. We've seen teams do that in 1 day. They have great games. So I mean, they're like, the pressure's on them, but it's totally doable if they play their game and they put up some points.
And that's the thing, like when the goal is so clear, it usually is fine. I think especially with enough Sandhawk plays, we can't play even less than that, to be fair. But heal strats and stuff like that, you just need 1 or 2 decent games, and you should be able to do that, right? Like, of course you can't punish these teams directly, but maybe you can find another team that is a little bit shaky, which we saw yesterday. On that first game, it was so fascinating, like 3 or 4 fights in that early game, basically hot drops, and we just like to see that, and the confidence coming in, no problem to carry that over to here, because arguably, I know it's a little bit anticlimactic, but the pressure might not be as high for some of these teams because they are in a decent spot already. You only need to, outdo 1 or 2 teams, and that's actually a lot less doable, a lot more doable, I should say.
Yeah, for everyone who's already above, who was it? Fraternity at 138. It doesn't even matter. Like, there's no Fraternity, Venture. They can't. I mean, they just have to not throw completely and not let the teams at the very bottom go above them. But there's such a big gap between 12th place is CP9, Fraternity, who's not in, is at 100, and what is it, 138? So there's almost there's a 51 point difference there. So as long as they just don't completely throw the entire weekend out, everyone above 12th place should be sitting pretty nice and easy. And I think the top 6 or the top 10 ones are just, they're going for bragging rights. They're going for, hey, we finished first in Super Weekend, stuff like that. So we'll probably see a little rivalry between the teams up there. And then the middle pack is okay, and then this is really stressful for the ones at the bottom trying to qualify.
Yeah, completely agree. It's just a matter of math. And sometimes when we look at that, we will do some more maths, I think, because it's quite Irango heavy, like we said. So sometimes the stats need to be more map specific. So, that suggests them, to basically get enough points if they just repeat the past. But I don't like that, right? Like, so just give me something new, try something different. And then, we have these surprises coming through yesterday as well. And it was such a joy to watch. I know, like, we've been a bit harsh because sometimes you can't just get points. We would look at how you get them. A team like Isurus, we've been so harsh in a way, but it makes sense. Sometimes when you have the compound, when you have the position advantage, it's about how much you can get from that, and that will continuously be one of the most important skill that these teams need to demonstrate.
Yeah, Isurus, we've seen them. Well, we saw them win Sandhawk yesterday. Was it the last game? I want to say it was the last game yesterday. Yeah,
it was the last game.
We've seen Isurus, and on Sandhawk, we also had a game in the first day where the circle closed right on Paradise, right nearby where they landed, and they ended up in 4th with 0 kills, even though there was so many teams around them. So Isurus is one of those teams that they kind of need to be gifted, or they kind of need to be given the right cards to make a play out of it.
Exactly.
That last game yesterday, they had the center compound, and I think they won the game with only 4-6 eliminations, something like that, which is not a whole lot, versus if you put a team like Team Queso or Aton 7 or one of those kind of more aggressive teams, and I think they would have gotten the win, but they would have been 10 plus eliminations if they had been in that same situation.
It's just a confidence thing, and I mean they've been playing this reactive style, like we said, but reactive is not, it's different to passive. I feel like they were peaking and doing things when it will put themselves at risk, and so that is why we're waiting for them to grow, and the room to do so is so much, right? So I think I'm just gonna go down the list and think about some other teams. Infinity is a team that we want to talk about because, yes, rank 4 right now when it comes to these super weekends, but this past qualification week, they only really bounced back hard, towards the end of day 2. And before then, they were at like 19th place out of 20,
Yeah.
20 teams, and that is another team that we were so worried about. And to be fair, the only one at that stage until Stelacy continued with their slump into day 3 and was like, oh god, we've got quite a few of these teams who, you know, have a lot of supporters who have shown colors, they've got experience, but the experience, should I say, the performance said quite differently.
Yeah, we have some teams that start off really strong, and then they're like, well, we don't really need to try anymore. We already made it, and that we kind of saw that through Stelacy, right? And then you had the teams like Isurus, like you said, Infinity, that like it was a complete flip opposite, right? They did pretty bad the first couple or the first half, and then there's like, okay, now we need to kind of try a little bit harder and try to get into the qualifying, because we were in danger of not even qualifying. But yeah, we saw a lot of chaotic things happening in the qualifiers. Hopefully they learn and they turn it around and play a little bit more consistent and a little more serious in this last Super Weekend. We are jumping right into Erangel. I am so excited for this one.
Let's see whether they've done the prep work, you know, the prep from the week. The homework, yes. And I mean, you can, I don't know what I was going to say. Like, you're at work, so you just do work, right? This is supposed to be their job. Like, if they can do it well, of course, it will be sustainable. So homework, work, all sorts of work, just a lot of hard ones, right? So hard work into this, the prep from the past week, but also the mere within, I don't know, like 15 hours, maybe 8 hours if you just count, you know, sleep in there, the beauty sleep. That's the amount of time they got to adjust themselves from yesterday to today. So that's a bit of a tough task, and you would know after managing some teams, right? Yeah, definitely. We are seeing this plane. Oh, this is a really southern plane path now. So this is going right over Primorsk all the way over to the Milta area. So some of those teams that go way up north, you know, you might see them dropping on the same roads, getting those car spawns or vehicle spawns, and kind of continue to drive all the way up there. Or they might do a little bit of an alternative drop spot. But this is a little different than we've seen some of the plane paths in the qualifiers the last couple of days. We'll see where these teams are going to end up going, though. Yeah, we need some cheers though, like cheers from the fans, from the viewers. Look at the screen, look at the amount of hashtags. Pick one, right, and go, and make sure that they can see you. You spread your love and support for them, because they are going to need it. So from Primorsk to Lipovka, I think it isn't too bad. Like it's going to be a little bit crowded around maybe the northwestern side if they want to go to Georgiapol. If not, like it will be fine. Like everything to north to river, maybe on that northern part, will be slightly harder. And then Mezexis will still be blessed by, you know, having no one to really contest with them. I want to see someone punish them, though. We know Team Queso is in the prime position around that western bridge, so that could be something that they want to do. And from our understanding of them, maybe it's something that can be done with just 1 to 2 players.
Are you saying that because I predicted Mezexis and you predicted Team Queso, so you're just hoping that your team will take out my team just so I couldn't get this prediction win?
Oh god. Relationships are hard, friendships as well. I did not even think of that, but if you want to read it that way, okay, I will play along. Yes, so kill them. That will be completely fine.
For it.
Hey, but okay, so this is not too tricky, but I think it's tricky enough to place Rosa in the middle, because we did say everything to the north of that might be a little bit harder to reach. And I think right now a little bit of that congestion is close to maybe around school apartments. Rosa will need to get away to get cast to the east of that and maybe move a little bit further. The Lipovka area and all that will be a little bit tight as well. And Isurus said, oh, this is just chill, right? And especially when CP9 decided not to mess with them. And by not messing with them, they will lose a player somewhere else.
Yeah, it was CP9 versus Delta Stars this time, first blood of the match. So, you know, good for Delta Stars. You know, you're very symmetric logo.
Oh god! Every time I thought you may not say that, you would.
No, but because I thought it was funny because you said I like it because of the symmetric logo. Yet probably about 50% of these logos in here are all very symmetrical as well. So it seems like you could have picked Kennedy, you could have picked like.
I would fight you for that. Like I would see. I would
1v1
really just get
right now.
I will magnify their logos and try to do a flip, you know, along that midline for all of them. But you know what? I will leave that when I actually have the time to. And I want to talk about this team because, Seven Deadly Sins, they're one of those teams that's around that mid pack, but they know how to fight when they're in that condition. It doesn't even need the circle to be in their favor. Just move as a unit, and they usually get those skirmishes down quite well. I think Jaguar would be the other one, but mostly in Sandhawk so far, with one win that we've seen recently, and a decent one maybe on Erangel. But hey, we was also seeing some very sloppy plays from them. The aggression was there, but to get certain things done with too much work is never a good sign because the resources are limited.
Seven Deadly Sins is also one of those teams that came up from PMPL qualifiers. Majority of the other teams in this lobby were ones that were invited or came from PMPL, stuff like that. But they were one that had to fight their way into PMPL, or this level, PMPL Latin America. And they're also currently in 8th place. They're the highest scoring team without a chicken dinner. So they haven't relied on that 15 points of placement. They've really, their position points are 109, their eliminations 101, like pretty almost even. But shout out to them. No chicken dinners and still kind of in that top half of the leaderboards.
And you know what? I feel like military base needs some more love. Maybe not in drop spots. It's fine, right? They found their home. I don't need them to change to justify Mezexis, depending on how it looks like in the next day or so, right? But other than that, some southern circles maybe will test teams differently. I really like a hard shift sometimes, not because I'm terrible, but I think it allows us to gather some info and data about how teams behave. I've seen Northern Playing Path with Southern Circle, pretty much 80% on the Southern Island, and that really shows what teams prioritize. And I really, really love those games when it gets to where we get to analyze quite a lot more, not just for me, but for the teams as well. So let's see whether we will get that one later, because we've got 2 more of these games.
I like Royals of War. The playing path was super south. They got in their cars. I think they got in the vehicles right on that junction between Razak and Yasnaya along the roads. And then they, identified, hey, this is the immediate northern circle. We already saw it shoot all the way up to Severny. So they're going to be sitting pretty nice and pretty. They're going to be looting up in there, no one around them, while some of these teams on the southern side, for example, Mezexis down in the military base, they're going to have to rotate through multiple teams and potentially lose, members or at least some armor or something along the way.
Yep. I'm just gonna say though, I feel like even if we have a southern phase 1 circle, Rose of War will still go to Severny. I think the meta is still pretty much like that, to have certainty in the early game. It's about the strength comes in when you know when to switch off that mode. And you know what? That mode needs to be off very quickly if the situation arises that way. I've seen too many teams who won't excel in fights until maybe up to maybe a 10-minute mark. They will always try to rotate around things instead of saying, hey, whenever we feel resistance is an opportunity. But no, a lot of these teams feel like it's more like a risk or a threat, and they don't do that enough. So I think that is one thing that really, really shows in any tournament, right? Top teams will have that character. I'm even talking about globals, right? Those who like to avoid early fights, early game, they end up struggling to take these huge games after all. So that is something that we will look out for, and I think teams need to remember that is just all the stats from the past in many tournaments showing what type of teams needed to win.
Yeah, what they need to win here, Seven Deadly Sins needs to not get shut out. We have Lucas Boy just barely avoiding getting knocked, but I think in the distance, we also have Furious Gaming and Buluc Chabtan finding each other. So this is the, initially everyone lands, they know where everyone goes, staying kind of far away from each other. But then as these teams are forced to rotate along the same road to get on that northern circle, we're seeing them start to engage. And we see some of these teams, and Buluc Chabtan and Furious Gaming, these 2 are right next to each other on the leaderboards. Furious Gaming in 2nd, Buluc Chabtan in 3rd, just about 30 points right behind them.
Yep, and I really love this from Furious Gaming. They're more used to around Mansion, right? So when they shift close to Razak, just so they can punish like Buluc Chabtan, like I really, really like that. They know they go there, and they're trying to catch them slacking because no one really likes to come close to them in the past. But Furious Gaming said, no, we're going to land, but we'll land close enough to attack and punish you, but far enough so that you can't see us. So I'm going to bring out, I'm going to do some self-promotion here, right? So I don't use social media a lot, but I have a bit of a framework on my Instagram, and it's about this framework when it comes to planning and practicing how to practice your early game. And one of the things that you need to use as well, and is severely underused, is to look at the number of players remaining on the plane. For example, if you go past, let's say it's a very southern plane path all the way to the north, and you see the numbers drop by 8 or 12 already before even touching the river, you can say maybe 3 teams around there, which might be different to what you researched on, right? You may think, I thought we've only got 1 team. So some teams have shifted their position, right? So that you can actually train someone to keep an eye on that number and try to hypothesize where people are going. The only tricky thing when you get to the higher level, though, is teams will intentionally jump a bit later because they want to get that number themselves, right? So that is going to be where the highest level comes in phase 1 preparation, and seems like Furious Gaming was able to make it work, but CP9 couldn't finish what they started, and it's going to be 7 Deadly Sins to return the favor.
Yeah, CP9, getting a re-knock right on back. So yeah, it's these early game engagements that's really debilitating these teams for later game, right? If CP9, we've seen them been able to close out a game like in Sandhawk in the first game yesterday in the qualifiers, but then here already down to 50% capacity. I mean, was it really worth it? They got 1 elimination onto 7 Deadly Sins. 7 Deadly Sins not quite as big of a handicap, still having 3 up. But CP9 is just kind of, now it's like we can't take the team fights. It's going to be way much harder to defend any sort of compound that we take. And we only had 1 point to show for it.
Yep. And you know what? Like, I'm just so excited to see how these teams rotate past, the timing of them going to this northern side. Because my impression so far is, yes, they don't like tanking the blue, but they do not say, oh, we need to go quick, right? Like for some of these regions, like it's the 10-minute mark, right? Right now, but maybe by the 5th or 6th-minute mark, they will be on their way to maybe the junction campus to the south of Severny. They're already north to the river, but so far in Latin America, we haven't seen that type of team yet. You can arguably say that they are very religious in playing center. I think the other way to say it or to see it would be them understanding segments. Like a latecomer to a particular segment will be punished and stuff like that. But of course, right now is not a 100% northern circle as we come back down just a little bit, which really spares quite a lot of teams that don't want to go so far, but some of them well set up already, like the side of Golden Eagles already 4x1 split around Everest, but they decide to probably move a little bit more center by the looks of the vehicle icons.
And Team Queso, they came in from that western bridge, 1 landing in the blue stack right on nearby. And this is the team that, hey, we're not going to overcommit to a fight, but we're going to try to pick off some kills. And they were right in the distance. They heard and they saw the fight happening between 7 Deadly Sins and CP9, so they know exactly what team's here. They know they're down by 1, but here they're still trying to find that entry opening knock before they just kind of full send down into the compounds. Furious Gaming, though, coming in, I mean, we already saw them, right? They came in from the kind of mansion, prison, shelter-ish area and find themselves with this new circle still on that northeastern side. But they're vying for that first place spot because they're currently in second, about 50 points behind Team Queso.
They'll be okay. I feel like they are, in a way, one of the most consistent teams, in the sense that 1 or 2 bad games couldn't really, keep them low, right? They will be ready to come back to put up some good fights. It may not be a game-winning fight or an actual chicken dinner, but they always stick around the middle, is my impression, right? And Buluc Chabtan, it's interesting that they come back to Rozok. I mean, it takes some guts to come back in after they've been pushed away, and let's see whether they can hold that one down. And Stelacy, we talked about them. What do you think is the issue? I'm gonna try to pick your brain right here. Like, what's the issue with this team by the looks of the way they play, maybe their momentum, or maybe you even seen the socials about sharing their day-to-day preparation?
I think it's just Stelacy just had players that kind of all got thrown together for the first time in the split. So maybe they're still trying to work out their, you know, concrete style, right? Like who is playing what role on the team. Like we had Axel, who was previously on Team Queso, now on Stelacy. Mystic, who was also on Team Queso, went to Jaguar, and then now Stelacy. Rolex, previously Jaguar to Stelacy. So we have a lot of just, it almost seems like just kind of at the last second pushed all together, and now they're trying to play as a team. I can at least speak for that part about the roster.
It's tricky, I'd say. Like until they say something or make a statement elsewhere, it's just going to be about the plays, about the points, unfortunately. But it's more forgiving, right? Like this split, whatever happens, it's about, you know, making a name for yourself. And I think the actual prize money, although life-changing, like won't be the most important thing when it comes to how they proceed in the scene. And they get to play the next split once again, like, or even for Noobs Esports. So I wonder what's going through their heads already. Like that, they must be resting a little bit, but changes will come through quite quickly. And it might be the case, to be fair, for some of these teams, although the points might be decent, but, you know, they're not here to be mediocre. They're here to win, right? So who knows? And we'll get to find out, you know, maybe after a few months.
What do you mean? Aren't some teams that come in and like, we want to play mediocre? Our goal for this tournament is to play mediocre. That isn't a normal thing.
You know what? Like, no one says that, but the vibe sometimes, like within the comms, immediately speaks of the lack of confidence.
Yeah.
You must understand what I'm saying, right? Like, so
Yeah.
what you're saying is one thing. Sometimes the furthest distance is between your head and your heart, and you just constantly lie to yourself. If you don't feel like that, it's fine, right? You just play accordingly. But sometimes to just speak, you know, with a big mouth, with a lot of confidence, when you actually don't feel like that, it's going to be a little bit, you know, it's troubles, right? Like for your teammates, it's like, it almost feels like inaccurate assessment of yourself or appraisal, and that's actually quite scary. I always prefer, you know, players when I coach a team to be really honest, and then we'll work with whatever situation or state they're in.
Yeah, you know, they say one thing like, "Hey, we wanna let's win this winter wearing chicken dinner. Let's be the #1 team in Latin America." And then when you actually hear their voice and all the subliminal things, it's completely says another thing. So yeah, I definitely understand what you're saying here. I think one team that is not letting that get to them though is definitely Furious Gaming. They're, yeah, like you said, just really want to go big. And they, you know, like I said, they're only 50 points behind Team Queso, but 5 chicken dinners under them. So they've been playing very consistently, great positioning points. Just every game is just average or good. And clearly they know how to win out those games and how to get those chicken dinners. But the circle is it September already, because the circle is taking us back to school this time, right on top of Furious Gaming. And I'm really worried for that kind of Western and Southwestern crunch for those teams to get in the circle.
Not easy. I think even for the teams within the city, or within the circle, need to adjust. They need to have, you know, a more focused side so that they can get more, and the splits need to be adjusted. And right here, Buluc Chabtan just stay around all the time. So like losing one player early on, and now another one with a split that I don't quite understand. To be fair, I know they played big splits yesterday on Sanhok, but the difference is you've got nothing between those splits yesterday, but now so many buildings and hills and dips, and the support is just not possible. I think we need to talk about, you know, splits and effective splits. Sometimes I've seen these Instagram posts or, you know, videos when people talk about, oh, like world-class split, and when looking at it, it's like, it's terrible. Like, you thought about the geographical distance and look like you're far apart, and all of you found a decent spot and you think that's a good split. No, you need to draw lines. You need to take 2 colors of your pens, right? So you have the blue line as the defense line and the red one to be the aggression line, okay, something like that, whatever color you want. And then you also need to calculate the distance between the support. So if you drive to your teammate and not in time, like that's not going to work. So you need to consider lines and then time to get to somewhere, and how you can maybe adjust that split. It's a very tricky, very hard, but very rewarding way to study the game, and you see it, and that's where we will really evaluate these teams. Sometimes you see the splits, oh, big split, nice. Whenever you get knocked, no way that anyone's picking them up. So you can't even use the split as a bait. You don't have a safe base for that type of split. And we are seeing it from time to time. Actually, more than we want so far in PMPL LATAM.
Yeah, we've had where, it kind of bragging rights, like, oh, we were so split up, but you were so split up that you have no way of supporting each other, and then each of you four are basically playing a solo versus squad game, right? You just can't even see your partner, can't even give any sort of support. One team that is trying to rotate in here through the midst of Isurus is going to be Delta Stars, and somehow oh my gosh. So Isurus, it was okay for the split here and try to trap a team rotating through the bridge between them, but where's the other two to give them any sort of support? Delta Stars, they got one knock in the garage building compound, and they immediately saw them turn tails, all four of them sending to this compound here. The two other members of Isurus are still across the street, not really a way to give them any support, so now it's kind of 2 versus 4. Got some long range distance, but they're all within the building. There's not really going to be much sight lines onto Delta Stars as they push up onto the rooftop where Isurus is.
I think Isurus has a small issue right now in setting up this split. The two players, the way that they hold this compound was not able to put Delta Stars in danger, like for their overwatch from across to do any work. So like that itself is the problem right here. And finally send someone in will be too late. And now it needs the other player across the street to cover this one who's sent in. And otherwise it will be GG like for them in this game 1.
We saw the polar opposites of how these teams play together. You saw Isurus, they were pushing up. One was sitting in the back corner, like no eyesight on the enemy at all, not even, on the rooftop looking down or jumping down, maybe coming up behind any of those players as they were rushing up the staircase. And the other one was just by himself trying to defend this stairway. Versus, and you saw Delta Stars after they took out that one player and they all focused on the second one. They were pushing together. One, did a fancy little drop shot as the other one pushed on, and they were able to overwhelm, force a 2 versus 1. But Isurus is just like, I can't even say the thought was there and the execution just didn't happen. It's just the thought wasn't there and the execution definitely wasn't there either.
Now, here's the thing, like we can actually see a team play that efficiently when they look very similar to like on the minimap, like what Isurus did. The question that players always need to ask is, how do I hold this to allow my teammates to do something? And not just, it's not for 1v4 anything. Like you can literally not take a shot in how you manipulate the enemy players by you moving in a certain way, providing footsteps, or not putting a certain nade somewhere. Like it can find the angle for your teammate. And I think that is where, I remember you talking about stats, that's where sometimes a player's value is really, really underrated. When they get to do things like this, to set your teammates up, it's not just about being an IGL and stuff like that. It's very minor execution things, and that is where the best gameplays there is, and I really, really want to see that more from this area. But we all learn as we for sure go to where we learn. School is really, really colorful right now.
I don't know if I was maybe right there on Team Jaguar, I wouldn't have wasted so many utilities on, he used probably about 4 grenades and 1 Molotov on the red building where Stelacy was. Even if they get a knock or something, they're not going to be able to push them because Furious Gaming is watching them like a hawk from school. So basically you just wasted a ton of your utilities and there's no way you're going to be able to get any sort of eliminations for it.
Yeah, sometimes like to open fire, there's many, many reasons, but I think more than 70% of the time it's about, to get a knock and then eventually get a confirmed kill. And I don't think that was possible, like based on the anatomy and the structure of these buildings. And so that is exactly like you said, like not a smart aggression, and they're going to need it if it continues to go to them. Let's say they get zone blessed so hard.
Wow.
Excuse me? What is going on?
So Aton 7, 2 of them pushed up onto Mezexis Dreams. There goes my team. But the other Aton 7, the last player left alive, blew up one of the cars to finish out. He did flush one of his players too, but they're going to be able to get 2 of them up. Hopefully Milos doesn't get flushed here, but lucky for him, I think they got it underway. Oh, actually maybe a little bit of damage, but finally finds himself behind the tree. The smoke does bloom, and I believe they're going to be sitting as a 3-man for the rest of this game.
And you know, I do love an apartment's finish. All these players would know this so well. It's these old hot drops. We're talking about 2018 to 19, and then we slowly shifted to something else, I think, like military base. No, to be fair, they are all favorites at the start. So it's about leaving here, I think. So they need to clear each other in school, Furious Gaming and the Golden Eagles, with a very huge amount of caution against all the sidelines from apartments, because that's all they're going to do. They know, oh, we got a spot here, let's watch every edge that we can. So Furious Gaming need to make sure that they actually take this fight, otherwise they would just get pinched between apartments and whoever stayed behind the school.
Yeah, it's tough going into school and getting stuck there. Furious Gaming, though, they open up the fight, have a knock onto Golden Eagles and sending the other two. Now a second one getting knocked. They know it's going to be one left alive, and they do flush this one out, but it needs a brace for impact because Team Queso, Team Cheese out in the distance, crashing up on the walls just outside of school.
That was so good to watch. That's what we mean by manipulating enemies. They force them into that doorway, and then there's a pinch from above, below, and side. So that was amazing to see. But of course, we talked about, you know, teams maybe like Jaguar being able to be in the circle, you know, in school apartments. Here's the thing, like this type of split is always tricky because the later the game goes, it's almost impossible to cross back into another building. So it's a little bit of a bet, you know, sometimes if it shifts away, like towards that solo player, then the other three may get to come in, but after all, that is quite a lot of risk.
Yeah, Team Queso, I think. Oh my god, they're literally hitting their faces against each other, trying to throw the grenades. I mean, either one used utility, didn't quite get the knock. Nitsu, though, with the MK14, it kicks like a horse, unnecessary loud, and pushes into the building and does get a knock on the trigger. So, opening up the fight, great for him. 3 players up now, Furious Gaming against Team Queso.
This is going to be quite interesting. Oh, do be careful of those sight lines. And these two teams are going to have a bit of a issue. I think they are forced to only use part of school to fight, and they have 1 minute before they have to leave. And this is the problem with fighting around here as well. Wear them cars. Right? They might have forgotten about it. So that will be the key thing here to see whether they can really survive. Right now, not even into 2-point placement point range yet. And the kills as well, not enough for them to get into double digits, but that will be what? And just picking up the audio cues, and they will know the structure of school, and there will be a really good bounce from there. They buy themselves time, they buy themselves the white. It will be 30 seconds before they have to reach into another little bit of bloodbath.
This could possibly be, you know, the clouds or the planets aligning for them, because everyone is so focused on each other within apartments, worrying about getting in. Team Queso might have that they can smoke it up because they left all their vehicles behind. Maybe they can cross the street, which in this late stage usually would be a debilitating attempt at a rotation. But I think they, you know, if they play their cards right, if they time it out well, and they wait for these teams to focus on trying to get into this open field to the eastern side of school apartment, they might be able to get in. We see another perfect grenade getting 2 knocks in this late stage of the game. It's only Rolex Boy left alive from his team, as the rest of Delta Stars is now pushing to clear them up, and that's exactly what they do, but now have to worry about Royals of War.
Man, like, it's all these basics, right? Like, audio cues, when to move or not move, and well-timed nade. And I think you need to use the blue to your favor for circles like that. So this is about the time that they come out from there. So you need to allow the nade to explode at the right time in the right alley. Seems like Royals of War won't be able to do more of that. Down to that one player being forced to that balcony is not going to be easy.
Nope, Delta Stars, though, allowed to be an entry into the apartments. They've got the kind of skinnier, the slower side of the circle. And we love the apartment finishes because you end up with 3 different teams in the exact same building on all different levels. And you see a corner. I would suspect this is going to end in kind of a met-off if it finishes right onto a corner of the apartments once again. And I mean, this is the northern side. We got some teams that are not quite in, but then we have some of these teams that are just, you know, this is just, hey, just you be patient and you try to gatekeep any of these teams from getting closer. 7 Deadly Sins, pressure on them to try to get into the next apartment building.
Soon we'll need to talk about whether they still have the utility to do that. So a lot of that important resource might have been used up or poorly managed from maybe 3 to 4 phases ago, because we've seen fights around here from, I don't know, like 10 minutes ago, so this is going to be quite interesting. We did give some props to 7 Deadly Sins. They still need to get in a little bit more, so they will need to make a smoke path as they enter. But some kills on board for them with a decent number of players, not quite at Jaguar's level, but Jaguar, we did talk about how they've wasted some utilities early on.
Yeah, they wasted a ton of utilities on Team Stelacy. At least they have some smoke, though, because the ones they used before were grenades and others to try to get in. Looks like 7 deadly sins, though. Lucas Boy pushing a little bit too far ahead as Infinity. They were waiting. They were ready. They heard the footsteps to come through as Kratos now gets another knife. This is why utilities are so important. There's one player left alive on the outskirts, and he just couldn't quite just make it inside the building. They're only a 3-man, and Infinity just cleaning up and just getting all these elimination points.
It was a self-nade, like, for the side of 7 Deadly Sins. So we're going to track whether they will still have, the tenacity after an event like that. Infinity, though, have been holding the position very patiently, and will miss that small window. And the blue zone will come in to maybe help a little bit, but the average amount of players is just over 2, but Infinity with the full team as well as Jaguar.
Jaguar really, I mean, this is a team that we've seen them be able to close out the matches like in Sandhawk on day number 1. They have the high elevation using the the huge jump off the cliff. Have you ever done that? Jump off the cliff like that, vertical, and then get onto the other cliff. So there's, just adding more angles for them. Jaguar Skeller now seeing one up top.
What are you doing?
Knock. He just didn't quite get it there, but there's not really any, no one else can basically see him here unless they look up. Are they just forgetting that he's up there? Like, clearly somebody is up on this ledge shooting down at you, but now it's gonna be Aton 7 in the other building focusing on Jaguar, while Skeller, I guess, is just gonna be shooting on down at Infinity.
I cannot believe that they are still giving him that. I mean, this one is there's no chance because he has to come through, but forgotten about Aton from within, and that is the problem right there. But the job is quite well done. The pressure is there, at least securing themselves more placement points, and that will be 11 on board, and will be a 3v2 situation in the same building.
I thought Skeller did an okay jump, but I didn't realize the circle was shifting off it. So it was kind of just suicide because you can't get off that building again without taking fall damage and getting knocked, separated as team. No way to get revived. Yeah, so this is 2 versus 3. Jaguar up, Jaguar like they do in nature, staying up in the trees and just waiting for their prey down below. And I guess now it's up to who has more first aids. Because, you try to cross into the circle, there's no hard cover at all. So who has more first aids? Distribute those first aids to the one that's going to be med stratting it up. Maybe Baby Rods. I mean, he used up so many. I mean, this would be, if he didn't use his 4 grenades earlier on Stelacy and his 1 Molotov, this would be the perfect time to use them.
Yes, exactly. But you said everything spot on, right? I was going to say that's the only strat that teams definitely need to remember that can, make things a lot easier for themselves. And right now, to smoke up is fine. And let's see whether they will be able to sneak that one in. I think it's just tricky anyway. Like the blue zone's coming through, and the problem is the animation of dropping down. I think that will be what makes the 3v2 slightly harder, but they do have a little bit more momentum on their side. The smoke wall was enough, so this will be a very, very important position.
Like Steba, he has a little bit of a downhill slope and definitely using the smokes to give him just to buy him a little bit of time. He already dropped his backpack. He knows, and they have no idea he's up there. Baby Rod does get knocked, however, that was critical. Up on top, no way to get revived. He does see one out in the open. He gets the 1 knock and trying to go for a second as the other drops from the heavens. He's trying to get him. He goes for a drop shot. There are 2 left alive, and they haven't done it quite yet, but they are finally able to close it out. Jaguar, I mean, they played it. They gave us a little bit of a heartache and a little bit, scary action going on there. But I mean, they were able to close it out with quite a few eliminations.
I really liked it because it makes it look a little bit smart as well. We did mention they can take these big games, but this is not a usual one when we ended on apartments. I think in those final moments, it was so key to have that player successfully go outside. And I think when they really pinched that last player, the dropping down from the duo as well, like the other player from Jaguar, was so important. So those small things and the timing really worked out, but it was quite close. We're down to maybe those 5 bullets on the SKS towards the end there. So yeah, any final thoughts for that game 1?
I mean, 13 eliminations, that's quite a way to start the weekend off. especially for this team that I think they're kind of like middle of the pack, sort of like that. So it really just solidified their spot in the kind of the top half, and they can breathe just a little bit easier for the rest.
Well, I think that is a wrap for this game one, as we're going to take a small break as we come back to the desert dunes of Miramar. Don't go anywhere.
Varios puntos. El primero es que es un juego y hay que tomarlo como tal. Soy Corsario, showcaster profesional de PUBG Mobile. Uno juega por diversión y el fin máximo es justamente divertirse y pasarlo bien. Es cierto, es verdad que duele no poder llevarse el pollito cuando lo tienes tan a mano y que a veces no te tocan los mejores compañeros para poder asegurar la victoria.
Para los que no me conocen, yo soy Killer, oriundo de Buenos Aires, Argentina. Las experiencias tóxicas nunca faltan. En mi caso es un poquito difícil darle un ranking de gravedad al asunto, ya que solamente me veo afectado en situaciones donde mi estado anímico no es el mejor. Uno de los valores más importantes que tengo en mi vida como caster es la responsabilidad de transportar a la gente al juego y poder sumergirlos en cada una de las partidas.
Recuerda que juegas para pasarlo bien y cuando a veces te tocan esas personas un tanto molestas, que no entienden bien que es solo un juego, pues hay opciones, hay mejores maneras. El no escuchar, el mutear, etcétera, te van a ayudar a pasar un buen día. Y vuelvo a repetir, no le tomes tanta importancia, es un juego, hay que pasarla bien.
El juego ya cumplió 4 años y sigue contando. Con esto que quiero decir, que el futuro todavía es muy prometedor para seguir entreteniéndonos. Así lo mismo, el entorno competitivo, que día a día crece más y más.
Los jugadores han subido increíblemente el nivel, la verdad que esperamos que la rompan. De hecho, ya un equipo de Latinoamérica llegó a la Global. La verdad que el futuro parece próspero y seguro que todos ustedes, acompañándonos a nosotros y a los jugadores, vamos a llegar cada vez más lejos.
We're back, guys, after that crazy first match of the very last Super Weekend of PMPL Latin America. We had Jaguar get the winner of chicken dinner with 13 eliminations.
Important game. I think they've been... Should I say... Oh, it's weird to say this, but I feel like they are more practiced and well-oiled version of CP9. Like, the intentions were similar when it comes to what they want to do, but the execution are on two separate levels. It's not too far though. It's like small things that builds up to that, and to be fair, they had some rough patches to say the least, but that game was, you know, the position given to them. You don't always get to farm double-digit kills, although you stay in apartments for all that game, so really, like, some credit to this team.
Yeah, we saw some mishaps, I guess you could say, where they, at the very beginning, we saw Baby Rods had kind of wasted a ton of utilities that he probably could have finished the game out a little bit quicker at the end there if he had those extra 4 grenades and 1 Molotov against Anton 7, but they made it work. We saw also Stellar, I think, jump to the other building roof where it was out of the circle, and just kind of suicide jumped over there. He did get, I think, 1 or 2 knocks out of it, but got knocked himself anyway, and there's no way to get revived at the point because the blue zone was already coming in. Now, this team, Jaguar, they were at 6th before this match. So getting that, 15 with, how many? 11? 13. I already forgot.
28 points.
28 points. So we're probably going to see a little bit shift of the standings and probably going to jump up ahead of Delta Stars that was only 3 points ahead of them.
Yeah, it's interesting because I feel like these standings did not reflect how they play in the past 3 days. Yeah, exactly. Like Infinity was struggling until maybe the last 5 matches, and the Delta Stars were almost non-existent. Team Jaguar sometimes, but not until this game as well. But we need to give it to Seba because I think that last play was just smart and bold, confident, and just made it work. And the damage speaks like the same thing as well. He's been putting in work, constantly, and that is exactly what we want to see. Like, it's very efficient stats for this game, and it's never easy, although you get a spot in the apartments. And we've been there before. You thought you are in the game-winning position. The execution is quite tough when it comes to those structures.
Yeah, 6 eliminations out of the entire team's 13, almost getting half of the team eliminations. Definitely a hard carry from him. But yeah, critical player, and it's no surprise that he got MVP of this match. So we'll see if they're able to keep it up though in Miramar. So we see them be able to close out on Rango, and we see them be able to close out on Sandhawk. But I think Miramar, we haven't really seen an outstanding standout game from them yet.
Oh, it's trickier. They're playing these pockets of position that were just not efficient enough. I feel like they haven't shown a particular style, I think, when it comes to claiming spots. But when it comes to moving through the circle to clear a particular side, like, the efforts was for sure there. So maybe we just need to study it a bit more, even for myself. Then we can look at these very intricate things. But here's the thing, for the players who are playing, they are those who really need to do so. And there's a lot of data to swallow and to digest from yesterday, and you need to repeat that just a few more times until Monday.
Yeah, so... Now, we can't say like groups. I don't have the fun of seeing you pick a team that was out of groups for the predictions coming up.
Thank God.
Like,
the fun of
this
person.
The fun for me and just embarrassing for you, right?
Absolutely. That's my pleasure to be able to provide that. But I feel like we need to be a little bit more fair. I'm going to allow you to pick first. With one rule, we're not talking about logos this time. What? Just one game. Please, just one game.
My super just... What is it? What's the word? I can't even think of the words right now, but just like going off my picks with just off the logos and such. But no, I think now that we kind of have our 16 teams and we've seen so many matches from them now, it's a little bit easier to see and be able to kind of predict. I say that, and we're 1 for... like 32, I think, for predictions right now. But it's a little more obvious to see kind of the play styles versus at the beginning where it was just kind of, it's kind of anyone's guess of how these teams would perform or their play styles and such like that.
Yeah. I think there's a team that I want to pick already, whether our producer's ready or not, but I want to, because I will spend some time talking about why. Aton Esports, right? 9th place before this week, but they got 1st place in qualification, and you retract those first 2 weeks where they got to 9th place. The 206 points come from 80, then 16. Right, 126, sorry. What am I saying? English is so hard. But if they continue with that trend, it's going to be so hard for other teams to deal with them. And right now, of course, like that game, they were also up top. So I think it's a very good trend. Like, when you draw all the lines, everything is quite aligned, and it's all an upward trend through the weeks, through qualification, through Super Weekend play and this game as well. And obviously we've got 2 Delta Stars there, but it would be 7 Deadly Sins, because when we talk about them at 6th place, although they did not go further than we want, once again, very, very valiant effort.
Yeah, Anton 7, we saw it in the this past qualifiers weekend, where they were, I think at one point they were the highest scoring team with no chicken dinners, even though everyone below them had chicken dinners. So this is a team that, and they've played together for the longest, I think, as a 4-man team, that they really know how to just play it consistently. And obviously here getting 2nd place, and so getting quite a few eliminations for it. Here though, we did see, and I mean, Buluc Chabtan, I mean, I don't say it doesn't matter, but they're already 3rd place, so getting a 0 point is not as debilitating as, say, Isurus, who is currently in 16th place, 0 points, no, just didn't get any points versus other teams like Mezexis Dreams. They got 1 point, I guess, so they didn't jump over them yet because they had a 2-point difference. But some of these teams kind of at the bottom were the ones that we were really looking at. Actually, Estorm, Mezexis, Isurus, they're all down there that we're really needing to get the points to get into the top 16 to get into finals.
And it's surprising, to be fair, like to see Jaguar not getting there yet. But these, I mean, the sponge is just too huge, right? Like right up top. So the point separation is very, very real. And that's just going to make other teams feel like, yeah, not going to think about that. And to be fair, we talked about it already. Like there's not a lot to worry about. You just need to outdo a team or two. Whether you can translate that into next week, that's the real deal, right? Everything on this board now will turn into 0. So we will see how they manage until then.
Yeah, and we did see Jaguar, like I kind of predicted, jumping up over Delta Stars. They should be in 5th place right now, and I like the eliminations. Look at them, 146 eliminations from Jaguar. If we're just looking at eliminations, they're actually 3rd place, I think, for eliminations from all the teams. But now looking at the second half, again, these teams that we really needed to put some points up, like Estorm, Isurus, Mezexis, Golden Eagle, they just didn't really get that many points this last game, but they are slightly closing the gap just a little bit between Fraternity and Team Venture, who did not make it into this week's Super Weekend.
And to be fair, like I still can't shake it off. Like, please don't name yourself something like that, okay, guys? Like, Noobs Esports is not a name that most people would enjoy, unless you are so good that you can destroy absolutely everybody. But sometimes when you have a fancy name, it's not easy as well. When you got Mezexis Dreams, you really need to be, quite up there, as a catchy name. It's great, but you don't want to go so dreamy that you're like almost like chilling too much into that. So just many ways I'm thinking, because we talk about these aesthetic side of things that somehow has an effect. Like when you're part of a team, you like the brand, you like the jersey, you like the logo, and then you like the players most importantly, but also it's like those things like your outfit, right? Because like I said, when I used to play for Candy, I cannot play if I forgot to put on my white clothes.
I know, it would just be the people like before Sandhawk, they put on some like dark green or just black kind of outfit, but can you just put on your white outfit sort of thing? But we have some teams that big money spenders, take so much pride in like, this is my OG outfit. I've been wearing it for 3 years. Like anyone you'd see that outfit in the lobby knows who you are and what team you are. And sometimes that, that's like, yeah, it builds my confidence too, but that also gives way too much information to other teams, right? Like if I have another team I'm competing against with the vague information, I don't know what team I'm fighting against, but hey, I see that, that glittering sparkly jumpsuit. I know that is team XYZ, right? And then they have that information, they know you're there.
It's all about an info game, right? I think in the past we have seen that before, but recent tournaments sometimes ask you to wear the same thing to make it more even with the change, of course. Elimination feed as well. That's another layer of focusing on another aspect of the game. So we kind of make our picks already. Like for me, like what did I say again? Can someone help me? Yes, I'm gonna go for
someone. I'm the only one
Anton
here.
7 right here. So of course, you never know. Like someone with a small voice in my heart says, Anton 7. But that's going to be my choice, and yours. Remind everyone.
I don't need to remind. I didn't even pick one yet.
Well, you have an answer in your heart. You just don't get to say the reason sometimes, because I kind of know why, and they know why as well.
I'm gonna pick Buluc Chabtan because in Miramar yesterday, one of them, they had, I think it was Estorm Gaming drop with them, and we saw that DBS come on out, and they were able to take Estorm out of the match. So I think Buluc Chabtan, they got 0 points this last match. They're feeling the pressure now. They're like, okay, we need to hold on to our at least 3rd place spot. We can't drop any further. I think they're gonna come back with a vengeance and win out this game.
Yeah, needs to be done. I mean, otherwise it's just not cool, right? Like, I can drop on people, but I can't be dropped on. It's like, I kill you or you just kill all of us. Like, like that is the play that other teams can do. So you need to always be cautious that people are using and making you taste your own medicine. And of course, that game, like, we had so much fun, like, watching school and apartments. Certain things that we talked about actually were illustrated quite well, manipulating enemies using your footsteps, how to pinch and stuff like that. It'll be a little bit different when it comes to buildings. On Miramar is more about the sand and the open grounds, whether you can find a rock or a dip. That will be a very, very key thing.
The OP rock that they might find in Miramar. I mean, Miramar is less I mean, the buildings are, I'd say, about the same, but the foliage is not there, right? Like, that's the only 18% foliage on the entire map versus polar opposite from Sandhawk that we will see later in match number 4. But here it's really, hey, you have to be even more so aware of your surroundings and your open angles, because I can't just be kind of sitting in some grass or snaking it, because everyone can see you.
Exactly, unless you have my outfit, which was all quite nice, like well blended in. Yes, like I really, really like that. I even changed this hair and skin color of my character just to match.
What?
Like, close enough. Yeah, I was very dedicated.
It was like next level sweat.
Well, it got me here, so I think it worked and it kind of didn't work at the same time as a player. Enough for me to understand the game. Like, it's all about the passion, right? And we know Latin America is a region for that, as we see the playing path going through from La Cobrilla all the way to basically Impala. So making it a little bit harder to go to this maybe south side of Los Leones or any teams like Chumacera, but generally quite nice, I would say. The Puerto Perizo as well, not too hard to reach. So this is actually incredibly nice. Like, we just need to see some of these teams close to maybe Los Leones and that main road connecting to Monte Nuevo. Maybe if they want to go south, that is where they get some cars, and it's doable.
And the places to watch here, we have Picado that Ventru would go to, and we've seen them fight with 7 Deadly Sins, but Ventru is not in the Super Weekend. So Picado should be free. 7 Deadly Sins, I think they're on their way to land there. And then also very similarly, Impala, we had seen Noobs Esports fight against Mezexis Dreams, and this time Noobs Esports is not in Super Weekend either. So these two kind of hotspot areas that we saw a lot of early game fighting are probably going to be pretty open, but we do see Estorm Gaming, and looks like Buluc Chabtan might be right next to each other in Minas Generales once again. Nice circle.
I like this already. Chumacera in the middle. That means I think teams, if they can set up, to maybe north of Chumacera, I think, for example, the church position is one of the strongest for this, and teams who know Chumacera well enough can go around there and just control that center belt. So you can push a lot of players away, and I think that is, for sure. Like, if I go back to my days of coaching and playing, that is one way that I like to play, because the percentage rule suggests that you can go there with lower risk. And so why do we just hang around Campo Militar and stuff like that, always training in circle, because that is not an easy circle to play. I know it's only phase 1, we understand it, but when it comes to how teams, most of them flowing in from the northern side, is a different type of phase 1 that we will expect.
Yeah, and here we do have 7 Deadly Sins. They're like easy money. We killed Ventru enough time that they didn't qualify for Super Weekend. Now we just have this entire city all to ourselves. But they're going to have kind of free reign if they can get out of this area early and get down to the Chumacera area. They're gonna have a pretty free rotation, should be. But we do see Infinity though They're one of those teams that we've seen some moments of glory from them, but they're all four in the same truck. I'd be kind of scared, but they went all the way south to Los Leones, so they're already kind of well within the circle if one of the teams didn't already make it there in front of them. But they should be pretty well set up for the circle.
Here's the thing, the reason why they come here, I don't think is because they want to be early in the circle, it's just their drop spot. And so I would be excited to see whether Jaguar do the same, because that's where they fought each other multiple times in the past. So that will show, once again, their preference around this. And this will be quite interesting as well. Like San Martin right here with CP9 against another team that needs some points. So Isurus for sure not one that will be quite prepared sometimes. They seem to not like this at all. And CP9 constantly in these spots sometimes to punish other teams by pinching from above. And I remember, do you remember that day, the first day that we casted this qualification for this week? A few teams trying to take San Martin Hill on that south side, and they all die in a similar way. It's like, I eat you, he eats me, and then he gets eaten by someone else. And so that is something that I do not want to see anymore.
Yeah, I mean, no, it was these two teams. It was Isurus and it was CP9 that they were on that San Martin Hill. So I think it's just a never-ending book. We're like, please, author, we need some kind of different story. But they're like, no, I'm just going to keep writing the same story over and over and over again. And it's Isurus versus CP9. This time, they're right on the edge of the circle. And I think it's, you know, like whichever team wins it, great. You know, you get the eliminations if you didn't lose any players, but it's also you lost all this time to get into this next circle. But they're right on the edge, but they're probably going to have all the other teams who are making it more of a priority to rotate, like Seven Deadly Sins, are going to be already well, you know, situated within this next circle.
Yeah, to be fair, like to see a team not getting contested in Picado makes me want to have a circle over there. Because we always talk about teams overstaying in Picado, and when they feel like, oh, I've got the comfort to loot and this and that, and not preferred. But Southern Circle will be a different story. Still like the fact that they move earlier than a lot of teams. As we look at David, I think just really delayed looting phase right here, but I can see the thinking, but the loot is not enough for him to punish, you know, but the thinking and the setup we can see from that split, right? So taking away this buggy will be a good thing, you know, just not to wait too long around this area. And I actually don't know whether he's close enough to be hurt, so that will be something that we need to find out another time.
Yeah, and here we have All Glory Gaming. Somehow we didn't see that great of a performance from them in the last qualifying, but somehow they are currently in 7th position in the overall Super Weekend League standings. So maybe they're saving all their juice for Super Weekend now. But All Glory Gaming. I'm waiting to see a little bit more come out of them as we get a little bit further into this tournament. In this last Super Weekend and then finals next weekend.
Yeah, one of the teams that haven't really shown enough. Like, I think for good remarks and bad remarks, sometimes you want to have something that you can be remembered for. Right now, not so much for them. And maybe that's the thing that they can be remembered for. Nothing. I'm going to be a little bit less mean today. I told myself to, and I will try. Isurus Gaming, one of those teams that have, you know, not done anything, you know, too crazy, but in skirmishes, they have excelled, right? Like just striking at times that other teams don't expect and know how to play certain segments when they were given the position to do so. And Mezexis Dreams, your choice, your pick for the last game will come close to this similar region where we had some fights early on. No, I am absolutely blind. This is the Chumasera Church that we talk about, and it will be 7 Deadly Sins to reach there first. So that is quite a good pacing from the rotation.
Yeah, 7 Deadly Sins, I think, really prioritizing, even though Picado's not the spot that they've. I mean, they've been going in the last couple times, but they've always contested against Venture, so they've never had this kind of open land and then have the ability to just, you know, immediately rotate into the circle. They've always had to waste about 10 minutes or so having their fights against Team Venture. So now, like, I like their priority, getting into that church with that huge elevation over all the land around them. And they know, I mean, 7 minutes, everyone's going to be starting to rotate in, or you're going to be able to kind of take those long distance shots, maybe blow up a car or two and get some quick early elimination points.
Absolutely, and of course on the southern side, Golden Eagles will just take a long haul, just wrap around, and I think that is what teams do. Sometimes when they want to be very aggressive to sweep the circle, but I think for that team they were just trying to avoid fights. And of course, to M249 on Miramar is a different thing, but it's still incredibly strong. The problem is when you don't have enough heals, it's always going to be a problem. So Trigger, discipline by Trigger, not quite certain how well that was for him.
Yeah, I think he got a little overzealous, right? Ooh, car going uphill, easy target, and then didn't realize that he was pretty in the open for his teammate. Fortunately, he didn't get knocked there because I think that would have put Furious or Royals of War, you know, hey, we're gonna do a 180, crash this compound and take this fight against Furious Gaming. So everyone's still alive, still 64 players up in this lobby, and this next circle about to close in soon. I see Buluc Chabtan, my pick of the litter, coming in from the Minas Gerais general area on the northern side as the circle does shift over west. So still on a Chumacera city right in the center.
Yeah, I would be a little bit more skeptical to play around Church now, just because of the amount of grounds that get pushed away. If they play it loud now, teams will just go around them and know that they will leave from Church. So these are the things that teams need to think. Like, what does it mean later if I do this now? Like, I mean, it's such a typical spot. You cannot, you know, just rely on getting something from it, because at the higher level, teams will stop you from getting any rewards from playing textbook, right? So that is what we want to see these teams, you know, grow into with their self-awareness and maybe the macro to really support that. And also already a little bit interesting, like to still play around this area, but allowing another team to even come close to Church, like that will puzzle me for a while.
Yeah, so they came out of Church. They went up into this compound, which, well, no, they left one still on Church, which is super far away. I hope he has an A-time sniper or something to be able to see this. But they're pushing up onto Mezexis. Team Queso coming, they land in the Monte Nuevo area, but hopping back quick on this fight. They got the grenades, they got the utilities, wrong side of the building though, and trying to send it to the front. Mezexis does take quite a bit of damage, and this is once again 7 deadly sins, showing us that they do have the coordination, or at least, you know, able to execute and pushing kind of together and trying to flush out and forcing the 2 versus 1.
Really good from a team that came in from the qualifiers, and that will be hard needing to hold that one. And they are actually keeping track of multiple players, so they have some way to go, but we'll be missing the angle right there, and we'll need a reset. Won't be very easy because they are losing those gaps. So it's about a positional thing. It's almost like they got baited into the building and now they will be pinched. That nade is not good though.
That was, I don't know. I think he was trying to throw it on the stairs, and just at the last second came back, and it hit just nicked the wall and came back right in his face. So flushed his own teammate, self-nade. Mezexis just come here to flush him out as well and just collect up 3 easy elimination points. And that last player, 7 deadly sins, how them, I don't know how the mighty have fallen. They came, we were praising them for, you know, landing Picado, quick rotation into Church, and then it just kind of all fell apart here. And they've now only 1 player left alive.
And there's one way to really describe that, is they've tried to do a textbook. Not yet, okay, no, a little bit, but the way that they played it as if the building is on anywhere of the map, like they forgot about the surrounding. Right, so that's our building. The way that they clear it was good. The confidence was there for sure, but they forgot about how that could be a bait type of compound. You need 1 person in there, you draw all the players in, then you've got the surrounding to completely destroy them and leave them no room to leave. So those are the things that would be easy to talk about even for, or to see for those players retrospectively. But when you were playing the game, that is just going to be relying on your experience, your nerves, you know, how calm you are, and you need to have crystal clear clarity and decision making in those moments.
Crystal clear comms and crystal clear thoughts to get your team into this next circle, as we are about to pop and go a little bit on the northern side. Okay, so Church is definitely not in this one. Buluc Chabtan, yes, they're right in the center in Miramar with Furious Gaming right next to them. We see them start to kind of cluster. They know, like, hey, the circle shifted onto us. We know people are going to start dive bombing it into the center, cluster up a little bit better so we can defend it Golden Eagles making their great rotation across that southwestern bridge to finally get back on the main part of the map.
They were looting so far though, like they were
Yeah.
almost like so scared of anyone they're going to see. Like this is a far rotation, and they need to do one thing. Like sometimes I see teams knowing how to avoid, first 3-4 phases. They realize, like, and I use this term quite a lot, that they were still trying to thread the needles when there's no needles for them to thread. You need to read the ground and know that you cannot do that anymore. Sometimes you need to fight for a spot. Good teams will understand that as a point, and you have reached bottleneck when it comes to rotating through a particular part of the map. But we don't see that enough. For teams to play that style and rotate into knowing very good like strategic entrances and say, okay, we need to stop doing this now. We transition into the next strategy, and they have not found success. But speaking of that, why? That's my team. Yeah. But you know what? They just got into cover. How terrible is this? Someone say something to Michael Caster and stop the bully, please? My team will be okay.
What happened was they crashed here and to get into the compound, and then from afar Jaguar blew up the car. 2 of them got knocked, and I think one of them immediately, probably the driver, immediately died. Everyone else had vaulted out. So Anton 7, only 1 player left alive, but at least they were able to save it, right? It wasn't just a complete 4-man casualty, or not even just casualty, just completely just out of the game. So at least they're able to, by the skin of their teeth, still stay alive. And Jaguar, the winners of the previous match, a little bit, like, we almost had that one.
Yeah, there's a good example of knowing what spaces to give. You give that space, then you can allow teams to come into that area, so you can punish them and you can just kill them or whatnot. So it's about giving and taking of space and controlling how much you can actually hold down, right? Chumacera, we do love this area. I think it's very strategic. Like the layers of compounds, sometimes it's beyond, you need to have driven around to know which one is better. You think about parking, you need to think about coming up to a hill like this, which seems really OP, right? But how about your back, right? But we are going to have Team Queso needing to push this one against none other than AGG.
Kunha just pushing on him by himself, and he's able to get it, but they did, his teammate who did get knocked, pushed a little bit too segregated here. One pushed up by himself on the staircase, the other one getting knocked as well, so at least he was able to clean this one up. Mezexis Dreams, though, we saw them great fight, well, not really great fight on their part, but just mistakes have happened from a 7 Deadly Sins side, but Mezexis continuing their rampage, now collecting even more eliminations. 5 eliminations found so far. I believe that was 2 on Team Stelacy, a team that we saw great things from them that first day, and we haven't just seen anything really come out of them in the days to come.
Here's the thing, good fight so far from Mezexis Dreams. They need to start moving. They've only got 20 seconds. They will go into unknown ground, so they need to start scouting so they know whether they still have that time window to even make it in. And that's the tricky thing around Chumacera, the outskirts, and La Drillera. Like, if a team knows how to play stealthy and just strike at the right time, that is terrible if you're trying to enter. So make enough time for those series of possible events to happen, then we'll go from there.
Yeah, you never want to be blindly just dive bombing it. Like, maybe this compound's open, you crash it, and then everyone in the general vicinity starts shooting at you, and there's no way for you to get inside. Yeah, one of those proactive teams, not the reactive teams, being set up in a way that you can collect as much information as possible, know where certain teams are, and know where it is safe. And where it is not safe is right here. Isurus, the team that really, really needs some points against the number 2 team in the lobby, Furious Gaming.
The Furious Gaming is ready to take this. They seem to know what dips are stronger right here in some of the features into this update long time ago, right? Like from Miramar. But hey, here's the thing, like you just really need to respect those sight lines. Like having the smokes here, how about drawing back a little bit and not use some smokes? That's enough for the reset maybe, but a little bit too short. And that is the problem when you stay in this dip, not knowing the surroundings where you can't see. So this is where these map knowledge will be extremely important.
Wow. The thing that is saving Isurus right now is the third parties coming out from Buluc Chabtan. They heard the shots, watching him. I mean, Isurus, the first knock, they should have been wiped here. If there were no other teams in live Furious Gaming, should have wiped them. They, the player that got knocked, he was just, talk about, there's trigger discipline, but there's also reload discipline. You can't just, as soon as you stop shooting, you just immediately reload, because he was reloading in the open before he was even undercover, and that is why he got knocked and got stuck in the animation.
Yeah, it's just mechanics, right? Like knowing when to use cover and know what your character's actually doing. And we've seen those multiple times, whether it's you're doing a lean throw of a nade, like, or just small resets for buying time for reload as well. But at Choco right here, they said, hey, you got one of us, we will continuously fight. But here's a problem, it's so hard for them to even get in, and that's the problem with those compounds. And but they will decide to fight this. Jaguar has been extremely annoying to them, so you know what, we're going to jump and we're going to pull you down to the water as well.
Choco, he's by himself here. Jaguar, they need to flush it up. He gets a knock right here with the M249. So great job for them. But this is a terrible spot for all three of these teams on the outskirts here. This is kind of like a lose-lose situation. And Choco taking heavy damage. You better go. I mean, he doesn't have any first aids yet, so all he can really do here is just go for the flush on the one he knocked and then try to get another one. But it just wasn't too much, or it wasn't enough in the blue zone as the ultimate squad wiper.
Yeah, it was a phase ago, right? This choice of compound means that cars are hard to be protected, and upon leaving the compound will be extremely punishing. And that is, we talk about that school framework. I can bring it up another time as well. You need to consider the escape strategy. Isurus, though, like you said, the saving grace from a third-party pressure. They continue to hold here, and a little bit scary when it comes to vehicle situations. And it will be bye-bye, saying bye-bye with the headshot to slow down Isurus.
Yeah, but it's actually Buluc Chabtan, my team, that stole the kill from Team Queso and flushing that one. So sealing that away from Team Queso. Team Queso 4 eliminations found so far, but only 2 players left alive. And we talk about Team Queso. When they can keep all 4 up into the late stages of the match, they can really close it out with a ton of eliminations. But the issue here is they keep being a little bit too spread out and losing too many players early on.
Absolutely, and love these grounds as well. It's one of those parts of the map where you can just say, hey, I need to know it so well that there's a good rock here, there's a good rock dip there, just looking at the mini-map. But it doesn't matter, there's not a good dip for sure, like Mezexis are going into... Oh my, this is so painful. And this is the thing, we talked about them not using enough time to move in early on, right? So it's happened a phase later where they were just trading the zone. There's nothing for you to go for, you're too late, right? And that is the problem that they've been showing consistently, to be fair.
Yeah, Isurus, I think they said, ooh, compound, go, and then didn't really know who all else was there. Furious Gaming making it there before them. Mezexis, I think it was unfortunate. They had the vehicles, just wasn't executed right because they were out in the open. They had to, get out of the buggy or, risk getting blown up now. But Chabtan just bullying every single team in this lobby. On top of the mountains, they don't have the circle quite yet, but they have that vantage point to really just aggress onto everyone around them. We saw them, and they've collected 8 eliminations so far. One is not having yet another elimination on Royals of War. So they'll just, they'll just keep bullying on that area. And like you said, the instinct of everyone is just go away from the team that is shooting at them. So that might be their potential entry into the circle if everyone just tries to, shift back away from them.
Looking at the minimap, seems like they will have a spot in, but Furious Gaming's there to, in the center, trying to shoot absolutely everything. In Rago right here, I would really suggest them to not pull anything. And it's a good split. Look at that, just covering each other. Lono will spray down that Team Queso player who tried to shoot his teammates. So it's a delegation of task. And the reason why I wanted some of them to not shoot is exactly because of this. When it shoots away, you were already hard edged the circle, the face before. That means if you've been shooting, they will just hard peek you. So that's why it was so good that they kept it rather quiet, but there will be more work to do because Furious Gaming is in position to win this game.
This one could be really, really good. All Glory Gaming finding it down below. Goes for the flush and does find the secondary. He was trying to drive away, but it just wasn't quite fast enough. So Team Queso goes down to the likes of All Glory Gaming. Just wonderful usage of utilities. And this is, I mean, I kind of docked them earlier. I was like, I want to see a little bit more from All Glory Gaming. They heard me, and now they're starting to finally show up.
Yeah, the first time, I think, like, for the past. Like including past 3 days, but maybe we're not giving them enough credit. I mean, they've done enough to be in this Super Weekend, to say the least. And Delta Stars as well, we talk about how much they were lacking in the past few days, but the points from the previous weeks spoke otherwise. 5th place, 229 points. They're having more than 100 for every week, and they are now in a very, very good position. I would basically prefer this to Furious Gaming, because they get to maybe peek and shoot at this and that, but the Rich line may run out soon.
Yeah, I really like Escanor, really just knowing there's a solo there. At some point, the blue zone's going to be on his back and force him in the open, and like you said, like an idiot running in the open. But just, you know, just no options left except just to run in. He was able to find that last player of the team. Escanor now needing to play a little bit of support, little go revive onto his teammate, buying him a little bit of time. They are just on the wrong side of the circle, as CP9 though tries to rush on in, and Fernand from Buluc Chabtan does find him. Delta Stars though, they're playing the offensive. They're trying to prevent Buluc Chabtan from getting any closer into the circle.
And this is very interesting, and I think that is why you just need to find the right route into it. You need to have cover after cover, dips after dips, and then the possibility to split as well. And Buluc Chabtan not coming in easily. I mean, going downhill like that makes you the target for multiple teams.
Yeah, I think they were so focused on Furious Gaming, just completely forgot that Delta Stars was also on this area. Furious Gaming, though, absolute rampage. They saw how good Buluc Chabtan was doing. They said, hey, we're, you know, just a little bit ahead of them on the leaderboard, and we're not going to give up our second place. So the pressure is definitely on Buluc Chabtan. They're not quite within the circle either, and Delta Stars now getting flashed and not in the good way, quickly having to hit the deck, as Buluc Chabtan is now getting knocked one by one by one, and not long for this lobby anymore.
And those timely nates though, like I think both teams done an decent job. It will be from afar that the pressure comes in. Delta Stars will take out that team, but it will be Furious Gaming taking their time, the picking off the compound and knowing how to use it, when to peak. It's all been supreme so far. So they're right in here with Rega to lead the way as they slowly move their way down to pinch a little bit more.
I think that the smoke that came out from Fraggers, it was just kind of a dead giveaway of exactly where he was. They can clearly hear the vehicle now as Trigger now peeks on over M249. Just spray the entire clip at him, come on. And trying to find Delta Stars, but they allowed the reset, allowed the revive onto Delta Stars on the northeastern side.
Yeah, here's a tricky thing. It's about this dip in the middle. We have Delta Stars being able to rotate along it. Both teams got a spot in the circle, but the next one will be very hard. So I think right now Delta Stars need to make sure that no one can come down from Trigger side, and the other side is basically automatically taken care of because of that slope down. So if I need to bet anything, it'll be Delta Stars for this one, but you never know. Like, Furious Gaming has that global stage experience.
Yeah, and Delta Stars, I mean, they do have that little bit more spread out. You have one that went on in. He's going to be the one keeping Furious Gaming from getting any closer, but does allow the rest of his team to meet up with him. Fatal knock right on there, but Furious Gaming also has to go for a revive of their own. If any utilities are still left, this would be the time to use them. All right, now we have a 3 versus 3 as Furious Gaming does get reset up. One does get knocked, and the other two are behind the walls.
And that was so close, actually. Like, this side is where fights can be 50-50. So it's going to be uphill, downhill, nade, and all that stuff. Triggers in, will need to retreat because of a slight battery finger situation. And Fregus actually still holding this one down in position to really punish and pinch.
Yeah, usually the ones at the top have a little harder time with throwing the utilities because they will end up rolling, bouncing all the way down the hill. You usually get a little bit overshot. But the numbers advantages for Delta Stars is Furious Gaming. They're kind of all funneled right on top of each other on the corner of this wall. Yeah, one grenade would have put them down, but I think they are completely out of utilities at this point.
Once again,
there's no way. No way for Furious Gaming to get in.
Just waiting for someone to do a good low toss to end it all.
Yes.
I mean, the audio cues have been very, very clear already, but I feel like they've used up all that they've got. So it's funny because I don't know when are they going to strike. Just wait. I think it is the plan. Like, but you want to take those kills as well, because I feel like Furious Gaming will try. But, you know, with globalization experience, they know how to deny points at the same time.
Yeah, Fierce Gaming, that unless they have like 100 first aids, I don't really know what's gonna happen here, because they can't vault over the wall, right? They're gonna get stuck. He's just demoting because there's nothing left to do here. He got the 3 first aids.
Hello.
But I mean, the circle, he's not in the circle. They need like 10 times as many first aids. Nothing to do here. They can't get out, and Delta Stars are just kind of laughing here. Yeah, nothing to do here except just emo behind the wall.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I want them to fight this because they have not really much to lose. But I mean, this is also just a okay, I wouldn't say absolutely professional way, but he knows that it's better to deny points, right? So that is good, like from a team that is experienced and also giving us a little bit of laughter. I don't think, you know, usually not a huge fan of emos, but I think in that situation it was fine. It really shows, you know, everyone who were in their shoes, the frustration that you feel if you are just really one win away from taking something.
I think they were the emoting was the laughing at, there's no way you can get us, because there's no way any of the Delta Stars would be able to come on over and shoot at them without getting knocked themselves. So the laugh was like, even though you won, we denied the 2 elimination points from you, and it was exactly that. So congratulations to Delta Stars, though. 9 eliminations, not quite 11, but great job from them, and jumping a little bit higher. They were in 6th position, and they want to claim that back from Jaguar.
As we go into a little bit of a break, then we'll return to Green Hills of Erangel. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you soon.
En mi opinión, el mayor obstáculo que tienen las comunidades cuando son tóxicas es la empatía, el ponerse en el lugar del otro. Buenas a todos, yo soy Kevin de Argentina, soy caster hace unos 7, 8 años casi, y en PUBG Mobile hace unos 2 y medio.
Soy Corsario, showcaster profesional de PUBG Mobile. Mi inicio en mi carrera como relator de PUBG Mobile fue un gran desafío. Saltar al mundo de los mobile siempre es algo interesante, lo tomé como una oportunidad increíble.
Inicio como caster en lo que es PUBG Mobile se remonta hace unos años atrás, y en la búsqueda de gente, gracias a mi experiencia previa, termino ingresando. Como habían pasado muchos años, la gente no me conocía, y por el simple hecho de ser el nuevo, había unos comentarios así de falta de aceptación, por falta de costumbre.
Siempre están las dos caras de la moneda, ¿no? La gente que te acompaña, que siempre está ahí, y también la gente que a veces no está tan de acuerdo con tu opinión. Chicos, chicas, amigos y amigas que sean invitados a jugar, siempre hay que darle una oportunidad, y la verdad que ser bueno o malo pasa a un segundo plano cuando la oportunidad de pasarlo increíblemente bien es, yo creo, el fin último de un videojuego.
So in Miramar that we just saw, Delta Stars with the winner chicken dinner, but Furious Gaming with the last laugh and denying the last 2 elimination points. But Delta Stars, I think they saw that Jaguar had, who was just below them in the overall league standings, had gotten a chicken dinner in the first game, jumped over them, and now Delta Stars was like, we can't let that happen, and we're gonna answer that with our own chicken dinner and jump right back up.
I wouldn't guess it would be them to play well in this game, and because they have been lacking quite a bit, but now they show why they're in 5th place before today started. They're one nade shot from a really clean ending. That we talk about landscape, we know they could slowly move up. There's small bits of trigger discipline issue where you just don't peak, like the time will come for the off angle to strike. So small things like that we'll still look at. It's also learning opportunities left, right and center. I don't know about this next game. I want something on the Southern Island. I think it may help Mezexis Dreams or not. I think they were the team that, when it comes to the macro, we talk about something quite interesting. They're first punishing a team that has a power position, which is 7 deadly sins, who pushed away from the center trying to punish. So the aggression was there, the landscape said no, right? So Mezexis will also be in position to maybe rotate in, but the pacing was not quite there. So next game we will also look out for these things, as we invite you to do the same. Like, to learn this game is absolutely an absolute joy, right? So we will see whether they can do the same thing, or drop spots and stuff like that will be interesting again. Maybe we get some busy rolls up action around school, maybe is where it may happen.
We just had a school finish. You think the PUBG mobile game would give us a back-to-back school finish?
No. Not what I meant. I mean that early game. You remember Buluc Chabtan being punished by Furious Gaming in that early game. So that is what I like to see. Early game action, we do like it, so it doesn't get too dire. But it's all about that preparation. And I think strats like that has 2 very important things. Like we said, using a number of players on the plane, or sometimes you need to drop according to the limits of that visual rendered distance, right? Like, these are the things that come with experience, but you can actually do some calculations by testing as well. I think that's why the mark button is so nice, right? Like, you also get the distance from there, and you're able to know, okay, this is the space that we get to play with.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, Erangel, it's we kind of talked about in the last couple of days. We've seen where Erangel's been less of a contending factor because more Sandhawks, more Miramars have been played. That teams, it's really hard to be consistent. I don't think it's really possible to be consistent on Sandhawk versus Erangel. It's very easy to have hey, this is the drop spot, this is the plane path, having that kind of game map knowledge and knowing exactly where to go and being able to put up some consistent points onto Erangel. But let's go ahead and highlight Fernan from Buluc Chabtan, who is the MVP. So does that count for anything? I count Buluc. I predicted Buluc Chabtan would win the match. I at least got an MVP from the team. Does that count?
Yeah, well, we'll take a quarter of a point, right? Because I do feel like they chose a good position to play into that maybe phase 6 or 7, but being loud around there means going down here so hard. Everyone's like, oh, they will come down here, it's so open. But you need to take it when it's there. Who knows where the next shift's going to be? And Fernan definitely made that one work. 4-digit damage output is always a treat.
I mean, it's a treat, but damage doesn't get you points, right? So, but I mean,
do you want the point or not? They're just asking to get points.
I'm just saying,
doing something.
I'm just saying, as I've seen, like, as a player and someone of myself, who's like, why is my damage always so high? And it's just they play aggressively, but sometimes those knocks, you just can't convert them into eliminations. So 4 eliminations to over 1,000 damage. But let's look at the points from this last match. Delta Stars, as expected, in first place with the winner chicken dinner, 9 eliminations. But Buluc Chabtan, even though they went out in 3rd position, had 3 more eliminations than Furious Gaming, was able to jump up above them by 1 point.
Yeah, it was a good top chart right there. We've seen a lot of these teams do like some good stuff. I think out of these top page, I would say, first half. Team Queso was the one who just, I think, from the get-go, or should I say from maybe that mid-game, you need to know a northern approach and southern approach is very hard. Like, it's very, very different around La Drillera and Chumacera. Like, one's going uphill, one's slowly coming downhill. You almost need to find dips, series of dips to move from one to the next in order to make it work, whether you are starting from the south, where you go downhill, or the other way around from the north. And that is the anatomy of this map, and that's why I love it so much. But yeah, you need to really study, and to execute is always the harder thing.
And this is once again, my prediction was so close, but just not quite close enough, because I picked Buluc Chabtan as the winner, but they ended up in second place in this match. So I was like one of these matches, I'll get another one of my predictions right.
Let's not talk about mine, right? Because at that 13th place, I think that early rotation. Every time's a bit harsh. Statistically, like not like inaccurate, I would say, but I had a good reason. This is the thing though, I will still watch them because we did say when it comes to drawing graphs and know their trends in the past week, they were on the rise. And that game was, let's see it as an isolated case, right? So we put some hope in this team that has, global experience and also progression within this domestic scene. As we look at the total points, finally with Buluc Chabtan joining into the 300-point range, with Infinity still sitting in there, and Delta Stars and Jaguar holding those positions down. And I think we almost forgotten that All Glory Gaming was at 7th before this week started and still there. So maybe they are that team that slightly more Erangel favored. So they will be right there, because that really changes so many things this map rotation.
Yeah. Furious Gaming is closing the gap onto Team Queso, because Team Queso hasn't really gotten that many points in the last 2 games. Now is only 33-point difference between first and second place, where before I think it was about a 50-point some difference. But yeah, we see here Delta Stars taking back their 5th place that they lost in the previous game where Jaguar got the win. So now these two are only separated by 9 points in total. Yeah, it's just, Jaguar has to keep playing aggressive, and Delta Stars really needs to get another win just like that as we take a look into the second half. And unfortunately, the teams that we said, hey, the teams that are really on the hot seat, Estorm, Mezexis, Isurus, Golden Eagles, the ones that are vying for the last 2 spots into the finals, we just haven't seen great numbers. Like, they need to have some great games to be able to jump on over Fraternity and Team Ventru that did not qualify for Super Weekends. They're not getting any additional points, so 138, that's the point to beat here.
Yeah, and Estorm's not doing so great. With the amount of games that they play, it really shows why they've been struggling. I think they were arguably lucky to be able to play this one, and I think Fraternity was one of those teams that, well, they got into like these Super Weekends, but did not really have the point average to make us feel like they're consistent, and they carried over to the past 3 days, and that's why they're not in this one. But it's actually quite mind-boggling to see Stelacy only 2 points above CP9, which when they played the same amount of games, and Stelacy amongst all the teams that play 32 games have only set at 3rd from the bottom. So wow, like now that I see that, is a little bit of a dire situation for them.
Yeah, I think Estorm is just super disappointing with players on this team. They've like Ronald was top 3 in PMCO Mexico. We have players from PMPL. They were top 4. I think Fear was also one of those players, and this is not the play style of a PMPL team that we see in there. They're kind of in the bottom half of, they're still going to qualify, but it's like the bottom half of the standings for Super Weekend so far.
Yeah, once again, the way that you get points is what matters. Sometimes, even if you are CP9 that hasn't, gotten so many points, when they do, it's quite nice to see. Like the will to fight, right, and the approach, and that is what you need from a team that is growing, instead of a team that comes in, although after some success, otherwise they won't be in here, they would just completely, hide those things because they know, oh, it's a harder lobby, and we are very different now. We will respect them. being respectful doesn't mean that you need to play chicken. I don't know whether that's a term that other people use, but it's what we are seeing from some of these newer teams, except maybe CP9 and I'd say 7 Deadly Sins. I do have some love for this team, but that game was a little bit too far away to try to play aggressive.
All right, predictions. I went last time, so it's your turn this time. What do you got?
Rango, right, so I'm just gonna go for
Team 9Z?
Come on, just wrapping it in already. Like, right, I'm gonna go for go with Delta Stars, right? Because they had a decent game, of course, but they also have past history in having a decent northern approach to know when to come in. Who knows? It's really like shot in the dark, but why not give them some love?
I'm gonna go with Infinity because not really with what I've seen them the last 2 games. It's because I've seen Jaguar, who was in 6, win the first game. Then I saw Delta Stars, who was in 6, win the second game. Infinity is the closest one to them, so they're currently in 4th place, I want to say, right now. So I think it's their time though. Like, okay, everyone around me has done really well. It's my turn now to do really well.
It's interesting. It's like my choice last game was similar to Infinity, like on the rise when it comes to Super Weekends. The difference is mine stayed in there decently through the past 3 days, but Infinity only broke through in the last maybe 5-6 games that we've watched. So it's a good time for them to continue doing that, and I think it's very sensible, to be fair, for a team to do well in Super Weekend, so Erangel heavy rotations, into struggling in qualification and coming back onto this map of Erangel, which is ready for us to see now. Ladies and gentlemen, match 3 of the day, we'll go back onto Erangel and we'll see whether we'll be correct this time. Delta Stars is my call, and Infinity might be probably an even better choice when we look at the math. So
I feel like
anytime now,
I feel like you just overthink it. I feel like your prediction, you're like, I gotta really analyze and calculate the highest statistical team, and your run is worse than mine. I just kind of just like in the last 2 seconds when you asked me what's your prediction, I just kind of like pick a team just by what I'm feeling.
There's a different way. Okay, there's a different way to see this. Is we need to calculate the actual points that the teams that we choose. Yes, I think that's a better way if we want to dig deeper into this analysis. I mean, there's a lot to be done, especially on this map. We see, Stalber and military base, all these spots that we want to see a little bit more. We mentioned that yesterday in our small wish list. Okay,
we predicted the teams. Where do you think the circle's gonna go?
Oh, we did do these things again. Okay. Pachinki. Why not? Just go back to the favorite spots, right? Like classical. I don't know. Just make it a classic match.
I'm gonna guess South George. South George crates.
Yeah. Crates as well. She's in the
fun.
Crates, it's fun. Like, it needs to be a little bit off to want that. I'm joking. Like, I really want that as well. I think with these, what do you even call these huge things that are on the screen right now? Certain people call them spiders. I don't know what to call them, actually. Doesn't even make sense.
I don't know. The brown thing, and then you mark enemies there, enemies ahead. The whole thing. Yes. Okay, so plane path. We got pretty just like, this is like a veteran pilot. He knows how to fly the plane. Just look over up to Georgia Pole this time around. So I mean, I don't really see any team having too big of a struggle to get anywhere. Maybe Mezexis Dreams trying to get down to the military base. Maybe long jump. Maybe just go for a vehicle spawn right in front of the bridge and then driving all the rest of the way there. But it should be pretty decent for all of these teams. The only thing I'm really watching for is Isurus and CP9 that we've seen in Pachinki. I think CP9 still, they've gone back to over. They're split normally over a little bit further in Gaka. But I have seen a little bit of action in that vehicle spawn in the road, like right to the west of Pachinki.
Yeah, I feel like I want to predict something harsh. It's like Mezexis may just lose one player when they try to reach Eastern Bridge and to go down, because Western Bridge is so hard, like with Team Queso possibly there, but the answer is no, because they say it's a little bit too far for their liking as well. So the Povka will be their choice. So we don't know. Like, it's a change that we like to see. Just leaving Gatka, your therapy, and Primos out of the way, there will be a few teams that will need to go for their ult drops.
A little bit of a change on Team Queso actually going to their ult drop spot, which is up by Lakova and just kind of the northeast section of Mansion. Normally we've seen them go down to the Fairy Pier. It was a little bit too far, and I think we are gonna see CP9 in Isurus. I think CP9's like, all right, we're at the bottom of the leaderboards, we really need some easy points, and they're gonna go for it. But the circle though, I'm out of the equation. Your Pachinki is, I mean, stranger things have happened, but I think we're gonna have more of a mill to finish this time around.
Yeah, like this headgear is exactly how I feel right now.
Yeah.
I feel lost. And for these players as well, there's a lot to do. And I mean, let's fight in Pachinki. Why not? We started our week this way, and we have to do a recap or a rematch.
This DBS coming out, and this is literally okay, DBS or a 5-point shotty. It's just grab a gun and start to push. Like, nobody really is set up at all. I mean, at least he has a helmet this time, but it's just really, I don't know, it's just kind of this RNG fight. Who grabs the better gun, who's set up a little bit better, and they kind of weren't expecting them, because I don't believe they dropped here the first match, and just CP9 hoping to catch Isurus off guard.
You remember what happened, you know, this game, and in many games, of Pachinki games, teams fight, and they don't fight quick, and then they're so late on the rotation down south. But this might be different this time, but Jaguar for sure feeling some difference here against the first mode of M16. That will be a little bit of a tough one, and the support is really quite far as well. Whether the end will be knocked, I believe. No, we'll be making something work, and that will be the DBS to maybe make it work, but it's about the reinforcements that came through. So unluckily, it's these early skirmishes. 7 deadly sins right on top.
I knew they were scared to push up, because you saw how many times they kind of and then came back. When they heard the DBS, you don't want to run into it, because you just boom, knock one, boom, knock the person right behind you, boom, knock the third person. So they were definitely a little bit scared, but I think they caught him kind of on the reload, or was quick enough to right after the first knot while he was putting the next bullet in. But 7 deadly sins though, even losing one, getting 3 eliminations out of that one, and putting Jaguar, who did win the first match, now putting them down to only 1 player left remaining.
I feel like Jaguar is just very aggressive, right? And sometimes they could be that team that, to be fair, the 7 deadly sins could be the same, like when they want to fight, and sometimes they just do it at least, not least, but a little bit less efficient way. And yeah, fights happening everywhere as well. Buluc Chabtan to take this fight, because the plan is clear. We will just maybe go to Southern Island first, and let's look. Who have we found? A Southern Island team that just wants to say, hey, we're just going to go anyway. And they would just die by the hands of Reyes.
I know Mezexis is just like, come on, Buluc Chabtan. You guys don't need any points. We're the ones who need the points to try to get it. And, oh man, we see the trade come out between 7 deadly sins and Jaguar. It looks like, ooh, Jaguar is almost, or no, sorry. Jaguar got a knock, I believe, but then there become a third party coming in the distance from, I believe that was Estorm Gaming.
Well, the bridges should be getting busier about now. Like, that is the pace that we see in proper pro play, like to say PMPL or globals. And globals is very dependent on regions as well. There's certain teams that like to hang around quite a lot until they really need to leave. But you can see the attempts where multiple teams have caused multiple death. And right now, there's like nothing for Valdivia. It's just tough, and it's tricky, but I respect that. Sometimes you don't want to give any sound at all, and that is the way that you need to take some of these early hot drops in cities.
Yeah, Isurus is so split up right now, because the 2 players in the city are a whole nother building inside the mid compounds here. So the 1 player that's across the street can't even really give any sort of support. Yeah, they got David kind of sandwiched right in between them. So there's nothing really that 3rd player of Isurus can really do. So effectively, CP9 it kind of isolate these 2. They could push this as a 2 versus 4 or 4 versus 2 type deal. But yeah, Oh, actually, I spoke a little too soon. Quinto, great angle coming out, and David does get knocked. I think he came back just a little bit, though, so unable to go for the flush, but that might be the cue for the other two to start to push onto this one.
Tricky, I think, is all about, once again, adding pressure and just get angles already, Isurus. Like, upon a knock like that, they saw the initial positions of each other. The key thing with Pachinki is always roof control, right? Elevation, therefore info. With info, you pinch by your understanding of the game. But no, they allowed almost a reset with little repositioning coming through from Isurus to capitalize.
Not almost allowed. Like, they definitely allowed it as a reset from them. At least now Quinto can get a little bit closer, provide a little bit more support here. But it always feels like Isurus is playing kind of fragmented, and like, hey, I do my thing over here, you do your thing over there, and we get picked off one by one every single time through trying to find the angles. Isurus is nobody's home, nobody's in that area, so unable to land them. But everyone just kind of wasting their bullets trying to clear out all the angles.
We have I can feel like you've got very little faith in these two teams in making a good fight, but I understand that, to be fair. Like, and let's see whether they can actually make it work, at least on the macro scheme of things, right? Like, the circle will leave, and you will be in the blue. So at least have someone to have eyes on the vehicle, maybe a breadth into the equation. Maybe halfway through this fight, at least they will have an escape strategy.
Yeah, Martino, he's putting a lot of faith in this DBS, because there were other Scar Owls and Uzis that I saw on the ground. He didn't pick them up. He's like, I'm gonna stick with the DBS. This is gonna be what saves me in this fight. CP9 though, up on the rooftops, finding the angles. You cannot forget about the pigeons up on the roof, and that's gonna be CP9 to hopefully catch one of them off angle.
Yep, and that is exactly what we want to see. To be fair, quite late to play such a common way of playing the city using rooftops. So, well, see whether they can use that to their advantage. Quinto, though, in a position with a Tommy gun and an extended back, that can for sure do a one versus 2 or 3 play, but will give away the footsteps instead. So I'm not quite sure why.
If he waited a little bit more, I think they would have thought it was free, so they would just kind of rushed on in. But oh my god, he's right in the corner. Okay, he does have a couple of shots. Ooh, they do get the knock onto Drew though from CP9. Quinto though couldn't stay on up and Valdira. I mean, okay, maybe it was a good play though to stick with the DBS, because he's gotten 2 knocks with DBS so far.
I mean, early games when you didn't have armor or whatnot, like, you just take a chest shot even with level 1 for the DBS to absolutely demolish you. Seems like that will be the win condition right there. That DBS, as he continues to take the triple as well with that, doesn't matter. We don't wait to see. Put that paperback on top, surrounding my head, doesn't matter. I've got 6 senses, and that will be Isurus taking that win this time.
Okay, I'd like to apologize to Isurus, because I did not have much faith in them. I mean, okay, so I thought the DBS was just kind of like, hey, I'm trolling, I'm just gonna like stick with the DBS, but clearly it has some merit to it, able to, I guess, win Pachinki this time. I didn't see any bad manners though. That's kind of like a common theme in this region. Every time they wipe a team, it's just shoot at the crate, I'm gonna emo on their body. So Isurus, they decided not to partake in this, but great job.
Hey, I appreciate that. I mean, like, as a team, without much consistency yet, do you have the right to do that is what you have to think. Like, might as well focus on the game, and because we've got rotations to make soon as well. Like, quite on that edge, of course. Like, but of course, the probability that a movement or rotation is quiet is extremely high. As we see Delta Stars also knowing that is not a time to punish. Like, it's more important to get some grounds, get some info, so they will be slightly more set for the mid game. I mean, after all, so many teams already in that southern island. We see Buluc Chabtan trying to come in, and that is why Mezexis Dreams are down to this 1 player.
Yeah, you think, setting yourselves up right for the mid game in Mezexis, there's just no way. Like, the circle is on the main island, up kind of on the I mean, he's within the circle here, but it's not really gonna land in the military base. So all he can do is just, I guess, just wait it out, just play as a solo. Mezexis is this team that really needed some points, and this is a terrible restart for this match. So, or sorry, okay, so I thought the circle was a little bit further north, but it actually, okay, so it does pull on the military base. So
Finally, why are you not excited? Come on, second round, okay. Oh, it's a southern island.
yeah, this is like, yeah, because we saw the one that
Okay,
landed.
no.
I want to say.
Still not excited enough for my liking.
I'm so excited about this military base. Is that
Yes.
excited enough for you?
Yeah, a little bit fake, but I'll take it.
Little not genuine, but it was fine.
Here's the thing as well, because we asked for it. We talk about maybe Alzaki, Stalbert, and what. So not quite to the southwestern one, like the one you like, but we will take this as we have Buluc Chabtan in here actually taking a 4th kill somewhere else as well. Reyes will be able to track this down, always right there up front, trying to strike first. The entry fragger is strong, and as always, extremely confident.
This was Buluc Chabtan really just targeting, really hunting the owls that were Mezexis Esports or Mezexis Dreams, and out they go. And that this is the team that is literally fighting for a position in top 16 to even attempt to qualify for the finals. And Buluc Chabtan, they could literally just not play the rest of the game and still qualify for the finals. So Mezexis is like, really, like, you can't let us get any sort of points in this match. But Buluc Chabtan, 5 eliminations found so far. I think 1 was a Golden Eagles when they were rotating, and the rest were all Mezexis Dreams.
The thing is, when you are safe, that allows you to play more free, like have fun, and sometimes that allows you to play better. We all know how nerves can really stop you from playing at your best ability. So Rose of War, we talk about the position in the past, and like very religious when it comes to going to Saverni, and it allows them to maybe trail the edge, but to play edge very efficiently requires some very important skills, like finding which side of the edge you want to play, to almost draw a line to know how you progress from there onwards. And it's not just about getting there and sitting there just because you have a spot for now. It's about looking 2 phases ahead, I would say.
They did waste a smoke just now, throwing the smoke to try to go for the revive on their teammate, because they had that downhill slope on the other side. They could just, save that smoke for late game. I mean, it was 1, so I'm just being hypercritical at this point. But in Sharkfin Furious Gaming, they tend to be robbed of all of from the first 2 games. I think they were just almost there, but didn't quite was not able to quite close it out. But yeah, they're at some point they're going to need to cross back onto the military base, and the Royals of War are the ones that are keeping them on the main island side, so they're going to have kind of a later rotation and might get stuck swimming in the water with their pants down, getting shot at the teams on the coastline.
I find that very interesting to see Furious Gaming as a team that done arguably the best, like from the Americans region in PMGC West League stage, to say the least, to stay on a position that is almost only temporary, like with no signs of scouting forward yet. So who knows what they're trying to do? Maybe some of them are in the bathroom or something. Like, the many things that can happen that we don't see, right? Is very real, right? Like you can be flanked by your mother, which is deadlier than an enemy player. So who knows? Like, there's a lot of things that can affect a state of the player.
Oh no, here's my team, Infinity, getting camped by Queso. I think they're gonna let him go. They're saying, hey, we're in the blue zone. But I think what Bye Bye is doing now, he's collecting information. He's like, hey, they're starting in their cars, and we might be able to shoot them in the back. But I think Bye Bye, actually, no, never mind. I was gonna say, maybe if Queso was all kind of there, but he's kind of segregated a little by himself, but telling the rest of his teammates, hey, they're coming up on buggies, they're going on over, and why is he driving back this way? Infinity it seems like Infinity hasn't made up their mind. Like, are we gonna go for a boat rotation, or are we gonna go across, and they're kind of driving in circles at this point.
You know what I want to see? I want to see a feature in the game where you can actually spend time to build a wooden boat. Because I saw one as part of the map just now. It's like, oh, that doesn't work, but hey, what if we have that in the future? But I think them pulling back means they want to go for a rotation of some sort. They just feel the resistance that they want to be slightly more safe. But that prep of whether there's a boat or not should be done maybe 5 minutes ago. And if they haven't done that, then it will be a little bit harder. I mean, after all, it's quite a lot to tank, and it will all come down to this phase. And I think this shift would allow team to say, hey, no rotation, we can actually strategically tank. And I think this is good for a team that we saw earlier in Verapia, because they can actually just wait for a little bit and maybe the edge will open up, but we are going back into the main military base, ladies and gents.
I think Mezexis are kicking themselves, because this would be their ideal circle. They would have been already in the center, right in the C-block military base, probably moved a little bit further down to the south by the airplanes or by some of those compounds. But Delta Stars, this is your pick of the litter. Looks like Fragger is just kind of by himself. The rest of his team just disengaged and went all the way down the bridge, no support whatsoever. Team Castle though, out in the blue zone, not where you want to be going into the 4th phase of the circle.
Tricky, to say the least. I mean, I actually am very surprised that the bridge actions are not as intense as we saw. And I think teams just have somehow happen to have an intrinsic different timing of rotation, which is very hard to explain. It's just like, oh, I've got my timing, you've got your timing, and we somehow don't clash. And but we cannot rely on that. After all, the scouting and the timing that you spaces that you create for each other are still all the key part of this game, like in your game sense, to say the least. So Delta Stars will need to continuously go in. I picked them, right? I did. And they need to do well.
Yeah, Buluc Chabtan though, all of them forcing their ways into the little trenches here, just on the opposite side of the airplanes, just on the eastern side actually. But Buluc Chabtan, I think both of them had the right idea, and Golden Eagles, we saw them kind of more on the northern side of the military base, so they came down here, but Elan Kid getting knocked. I think Golden Eagles have a little bit more casualties though, but both these teams are going to be able to reset. Actually, Golden Eagles, yes, maybe he can just kind of like squeeze his way over, but he does get flushed out from Buluc Chabtan. So effectively a 4 versus 3, sending Golden Eagles running for the hills.
Yeah, I mean, best rock, best tree, how about the best player? I have an answer for you, so we need to find out. Now, whoever's watching, and I think what you need to think as well, like me in the situation, is when does the third party come in from the outskirts? I mean, if you play it like TDM, nice, you can do that one, but there might be a window to make that change, and that will be, doesn't matter, it may just wrap up before then. Golden Eagles down to that last one. If he needs to fly away, it will be quite a distance that he has to do so. And as we see, to be fair, like phase 3, already 18 minutes, I think the saturation is getting quite real within these like hard covers, and Team Queso is just stuck between these. It's like tug of war between teams, but we get it, because if you just go too dedicated to leave, maybe you just get stabbed from behind.
How did Delta Stars not bridge camp or prevent? I feel like they came across and just kind of forgot that Team Queso was there. It wasn't set up to prevent them from getting here, and now it might come to bite them in the butt, because Salve, I mean, Delta Stars is only 3-man now, and they've allowed Team Queso to kind of come around them, find the different angles around them, and be able to once again isolate one of their members. And now he's going to be playing this kind of 1 versus 3 and trying to survive.
Really tricky, I'd say. Like, you can say there's a funneling, idea coming through, but not really what they actually do. But you can see they're on the edge, but they can't really catch that funnel. They will keep pushing, and maybe that will be enough, but it's not going to be easy with that laser sight as well. And the M762 is going to be tough, and Bye actually may just make out alive, and that's what players who just let go of Ayala will pay the price, and Delta Stars will be able to at least get something.
Yeah, and I mean, it tends to be Ayala usually is the first one to leave. Maybe that's their kind of curse. It's like we always tend to lose. Our sacrificial lamb is Ayala, but Delta Stars, I think, deciding to go back in the blue zone just a little bit. Some of them still nicking a little bit of damage just to stay on the other side away from Team Castle. Circle did shift though. Neither of these teams are within, so they're gonna need to keep just going in and out of the blue zone. I think just wanting to, hey, there's nobody here, go get our vehicle spawns that, I appreciate the dedication to their vehicle spawn, but going back out and grabbing that and then reevaluating and trying to find a new way into the circle.
Yeah, I think that's needed. So that is what we want from, a team like that, to know their limits. They know vehicles important in this late game, so that's all the things that they need to do. And to be fair, they have the meds to kind of do that as well. That metal shield will come in very, very timely. And look at Furious Gaming once again. I mean, they found decent spots, but it's not easy because if they need to go down south, it's quite tricky. And parking spots is what I'm thinking about. Like for a spot like this, if you lose the car, there's no way. But they are progressively making their way in already. Exactly what we need. Hard edge is not the way to go.
Yep. Like they found the little, like this, with the new update, there's so many little dips and little rocks that you can find for cover here. So it just makes this ever more so playable instead of just kind of an open field. So Delta Stars, even though losing fraggers, they're still able to get the revive onto Estorm. But definitely, we're watching as some of these kind of later teams, like Team Castle, they got a little bit held up in the Fairy Pier area by, I think it was Delta Stars and by Infinity. Maybe a little bit too late. And I think that's kind of the trend. Just it seems to be Team Castle just very late rotations today, and they're paying the dire price for it.
Absolutely, and I think when it comes to military base, it's tricky. Like the brains sometimes get really, I wouldn't say reduced, but they get really stuck because it's so different to how most players play military base. Most of them practicing classics, they may go there, but because the chance of coming here is not quite as probable, so it's going to be different. But Miller says, I know what plane is good, and does such a sight into the position. Estorm will find a place to be called home. The reset is possible right in there, and that is just... That's great, right? But I think the next circle will be tricky if they didn't protect the guns.
Aton 7, another team that they do really well, but we haven't seen a standout game from them yet. But 5 eliminations have been found from them, and they do find Isurus Gaming walled all the way out onto the super segregated from his team. The circle does shift right onto that kind of hard 90-degree angle into the intersections. So there's going to be some playable land in the airplane, just those 2 compounds kind of on either side of the road. But it's not going to be all that much places left, as these 33 people left in the lobby are going to be constrained going into the 6th phase.
It's about smokes. Like, you need to pre-smoke now. I think you need to dissect the battleground to then you can make, small steps in. There's no full send, I think, that will work out for any other teams. It's all about sweeping sideways first. I think then you create an opening, and then you get to see what's inside. Then you can maybe risk 1 or 2. But I think by the time that we have this phase 5 completely closed, we will be down to maybe just 22 players.
Yeah, Furious Gaming, we saw them loot the crates, and we see Middlevan, who took every single level 3 item in the crate drop, along with the Gilly, giving the MK14 to his teammate. But this was the opening they were waiting for, right? Delta Stars was right in front of them. They got the knocks, they got the flushes. Only Saz left alive, and the one man, it's going to be very hard for him to try to defend against Furious Gaming, just running on foot, trying to get in. And like you said, no full sends here, because if you make the first move to try to get in, every single person in the circle can see you, and they will start shooting at you.
Yeah, what we call the cat and mouse situation. Often, the problem with a team that thinks they are really bold and proactive, but then just didn't read the map well. Estorm for sure had the chance, and they will have this really good spot. I think they can at least find enough ground to work with. I mean, they've lost some cars already, and that will be the tricky thing. I have a feeling that they're trying to full send, and I don't think it will go well.
Full sends only, just do it. Don't look back. I've heard players say, don't make eye contact. They can't see you. In case Aton 7, though, trying to make a run around, trying to get the clip that Nitsu got from the other day, and Aton 7 does be able to flush on out. Furious Gaming out of the lobby. Furious Gaming, they were doing really, really strong, and somehow just lost it in that last rotation.
It was tough. I think you need to access, or should I say reassess, where teams will be flowing in, for the next phase. And you can see Estorm, that's the prize when you just don't have the cars that you protected. Fran will be there trying to do maybe a $1,000 nade right there will really boost up those damage. If you can land it, but it's the other way around. It will be Ken who will land it first. Joker will need to retaliate, and that is going to be Bomb City right now. And it's crazy because they just fight us like the rest of the circle's not there. So all these smokes will continuously be used, and Joker would need to buy that time.
Oh no. He saw the utility come out, a mini red zone right on top of Aton 7. Both teams, Isurus Gaming and Aton 7, taking this little breath to go for the revives, reset their team. and try to go into this final circle as a 2-man. We do see All Glory Gaming, though.
What?
In the distance, just kind of nearby. No, I'm just seeing their name kind of floating on up there, but the utilities are not over quite yet. He landed it right on top of Ken's head. It wasn't quite enough to go for the flush, though. But again, utilities back and forth, the trades, who can get a knock here and who can get out of this dire situation. But both of these teams, whoever gets out of here, it's going to be a really good rotation into the circle.
I mean, that's the thing, like the first save for 6 seconds, and there will be half the time that they still have, and it will be exactly 6 seconds now that they need to move. All Glory will remain okay in here, though, but not being able to use that position to get anything yet. But the numbers advantage may be very, very strong, and maybe this is the first time in quite a while that a really, really proactive, should I say passive team gets an upper hand, because the utilities might still be there for them, but the way that they smoke, I will need to be a little bit more doubtful.
Yeah, I'm a little worried for Aluma, though. No heals whatsoever. We see the full sends down from Stelacy, trying to go for the run over onto Infinity. He does stop. He gets the knock, but gets traded. So Stelacy just bombarding into the midst of Infinity. We see Zoha on his knees, but the rest of his teammates are kind of spread out. They know Stelacy. They don't have any information here. They're just kind of like, I'm just like driving around with like a chicken with its head cut off, trying to find anywhere that they can go. And Infinity, the team that I try to predict, just playing a little bit too passively here and just allowed All Glory Gaming and Stelacy just to overrun their position and just gave it up without a fight.
That's tricky, really, really tricky one. And with now the circle only shared by 2 teams, we've got a duo from Rolls of War and also trio from All Glory Gaming. Yep. With these opponents, I feel like with what Stelacy has when it comes to talent, they should be able to make this work. But, you know, I've jinxed them straight up, and it will be Axel to fall back onto his knees first.
Been jinxing them since match 2 of the qualifier, the first day. Every single day.
2017.
They just cannot catch a break. And even though they great that they got the spot from Infinity, however, that wasn't the best positioning in the circle, because now they need to shift down a little bit more. The rest of their team just a little bit separated from the one solo that is in. The perfect grenade coming out and finding the knock on a Maluna. And remember, Maluna, he's going to get revived, but he doesn't have any first aids. He didn't have any heals, so he's going to need some sharing done, or he's just going to be sitting at that 25% health if he does get revived.
I think it's going to be tricky, but the high ground will make it easy. That will be Rolls of War with those duo. They find the spot. They've been around here. I feel like they sent it in at the price of 2 players, and this is worth it so far. And they'll continue to use that position advantage. To be honest, I think out of all these 3 teams, when it comes to recent history and recent games, Rolls of War should take this even as a duo.
Stelacy, though, they lose one to the play zone as another one goes down and bites the dust. The last one left alive is going to be All Glory Gaming. Can he pull the 1 versus 2 and maybe be able to clutch a win? We've been waiting for All Glory Gaming to finally show, you know, are they worth their salt or not? But finally, able into the get into the 2 versus 2 at the very, very end.
Here's the thing, though, like Rolls of War before this week started 10th place, and we have All Glory Gaming at 7th, so it's hard to pick, but we have to trust, you know, recent records. And with this crate as well and the landscape, I think that will be Rolls of War as they take that knot. It will be a 2v1 situation.
I love a last surprise crate that Rolls of War has now been able to take advantage of. They do find the solo, and they do find the last remaining person, the little snake in the grass, and Rolls of War able to close it out. Oh, neither of our 2 predictions were I got close. I got 4th place, but Rolls of War, though, that was truly really great. Able to close it out as only a duo on the military base island.
And here's the thing, like another thing to add the cherry on top, they are a Severny team. So like that is not easy, you know, the amount of teams that they have to go through to come here, the time that they need to spend scouting and trying to really go through all those landscape is not easy. Maybe they did a rotation that we didn't see, we don't know yet. So we just need to find out how they can continue with that. They've got some good games last time, but it was not Iran Gold. This time they are back with a numbers disadvantage. They played the position well. So that is going to be a wrap for this game as we get ready to go into our only game of Sanhok today, and that will be quite a treat. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you in the jungle.
Mi inicio en la carrera como caster fue un poco extraña, ya que tuve un buen recibimiento por parte de la gente, pero luego lamentablemente la toxicidad empezó a llegar. Para los que no me conocen, yo soy Killer, oriundo de Buenos Aires, Argentina, y estoy casteando PUBG Mobile desde los albores del competitivo mismo, cuando era todo a nivel comunidad y luego llegué a lo que eran los eventos oficiales.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Mi nombre es Jaguar 70, soy de Veracruz, México, y llevo prácticamente 4 años dentro de PUBG Mobile. Comencé como jugador competitivo y apenas hace un año tuve la oportunidad de arrancarme como caster oficial de las competencias oficiales de PUBG Mobile en Latinoamérica.
Creo que por lo menos en Latinoamérica es algo que llevamos culturalmente arraigado hace años. La falta de apoyo a los equipos, apoyo genuino, ya que con criticar a los jugadores y a los equipos mismos no ganamos nada y terminamos irrumpiendo de manera negativa en el entorno competitivo.
Algo afortunado de que siempre he tenido cierta aceptación por parte de la comunidad, y yo creo que también otro de los obstáculos sería el que no haya nuevas generaciones dentro del ámbito competitivo de PUBG Mobile debido a la misma toxicidad que luego se genera dentro de este mismo ambiente, ¿no? A mi parecer, yo creo que lo mejor es simplemente hacer caso nulo a lo que otras personas nos digan, porque cuando uno se engancha, prácticamente le estamos dando el gane a esa otra persona que nos quiere afectar, ya sea moral o verbalmente.
Un consejo que podría dar para todas las personas que quieren alejarse de la toxicidad es justamente ignorar a aquellas personas que lo promueven.
Royals of War able to clean up on Erangel and win the third match of today. And we're about to move on to Shifty Sandhog. That it's really hard to predict what's going on. But thoughts on that Erangel match that just happened, Tarzan?
And ask for more. Like, we've been asking for a Southern Circle. We have it in the main bit of military base, and I think players need to retrieve the memory of all these classic games, to say the least, to know when to land and where to land. And but the consideration is very different. Like back then, it's about rotation on foot. Like when you are playing those matches early game, running around where the loot is. But about vehicle protection was the key for that game right there. And we saw teams really struggling to go through like from pocket to pocket, and it's just tricky. Like you just need to keep your options open, and utilities game is always the way to go. To be fair, you always need to ration that really well, and these teams not making it work for some of them. We did expect that end game from these teams, so it seems like those who played a little bit patient and a bit more avoidant actually got the upper hand.
I think some of these early game fights, yes, it's exciting to have 4 eliminations right off the bat to start off the game, right? But then it's like, is it really worth it? Because now I've lost 10 minutes that I spent during this fight, like this early engagement. For example, Isurus against CP9, and then Isurus went out in, I want to say 8th or 9th place or something, because they weren't able to rotate out and get into that military base island before some of these other teams, and they were just kind of playing on the edge, nowhere left to go. And we know they're not that kind of that frag heavy, like aggressive team. They don't really know how to like shoot someone in the back and then open up the fight, push, crash on their position, and take over their positioning.
I think when it comes to Sandhog, we've seen certain teams that done particularly well on it because of the set of requirements to make it work. Heal strat would be one, sometimes it's about like running and gunning as well. But in this one, it's going to be M2M, and it's quite nice to see, once again, close to that level of damage output. And like we said, impressive from a Severny team to come in and actually make it into the circle and win it as well.
Yeah, we have our MVP of the match, Rose of... Wait a second. I think Rose of War had 9 eliminations in total, something like that. So for one player to get 7 of those, shout out to M2M for being the MVP of the match and really, truly hard carrying his entire team.
Yeah, but we love to see that. And I mean, they did not panic in that end game. They know the slope, they used the vehicles accordingly to protect themselves, and with that relative high ground, it was enough, right? So it's the fine details where we don't see on the screen sometimes that made it work, and this was a treat, from this team. And we've been, a little bit critical of them from time to time, but they have, chicken dinners recently as well, so can't fault that.
Yeah, Rose of War, 9 eliminations found, but I mean, let's take a look at the match standings. Royals of War with the chicken dinner, and 24 points to be found. While Anton, and this is what Anton 7's second place today, something like that. I believe it was from the first match or something. So Anton 7's just been so close. They got a taste of the chicken dinner. Like, they were in the restaurant, they were serving chicken, but they could only stand in the window to smell it. But they weren't able to quite sit down yet and take a bite of it. So hopefully Anton 7, I mean, they just need to push just a little bit more. They did get 11 eliminations though. Like, even though they only finished 6 elimination points is like 5th place, something like that, they were able to really climb up there with their eliminations.
Yeah, and you know what happened to Aton Esports in the game that they didn't do well? I chose them, right? Okay, I'm just gonna do that first so that you didn't play that card against me. Look, like that's
you say it so I can't say it. Ha ha ha.
Oh, exactly. I'll take it as fine. Like, it's statistically correct so far in our sample size of 3 games. So, well, to be fair, like, sometimes you can curse a team like for more than 1 game. So that is what Monica's does for Mezexis Dreams.
No, who did I pick? Wait, who did I picked Infinity.
Not this game.
Not this game. Not this
game. More than a game, right?
At
least mine bounced back.
You can't hold me for guessing a team. I think we've picked almost every single team in here. Almost, I want to say.
Almost.
So far. We spread the love maybe a little more love for Team Queso. I think we picked multiple times, but yeah, Mezexis is just like, they're so close to qualifying, but they keep having these 0-point games. As we take a look at these are the overall standings across all Super Weekends. Team Queso still in that first place slot. Slowly, their lead is slowly slipping. It started at 50, and then it was around 33, and now it's only 30 points between them and second place Furious Gaming.
I think it's about that circle speaking quite a lot, and they made a change that I feel like they could have not gone for. Like, they are good around therapy and stuff. Like, they know they can punish teams if they go there, but of course it might be 50-50 when it comes to car spawns and stuff, so they went for Lipovka still, and still come back onto that Western Bridge position, so that's quite interesting when it comes to those series of decisions made. Roars of War though, like, the points around them is quite interesting. 1 point to separate 3 teams above and below, and that will be something to look out for. And I think Aton Esports, if they can continuously do that, then they will at least, you know, not disappoint as many, you know, players, because after all, we're looking at these teams like, oh, global teams and non-global teams, and they were one that was just, you know, falling short just a little bit for now.
Yeah, we are 3 matches into the 15 matches from this weekend. So, I mean, I kind of calculated at the beginning, we needed, who was it? I think Golden Eagles needed an average of 5 points a match to try to climb up to above Fraternity at 138. And they just, they started the day with, I think, 55 points, something like that. So in 3 matches, they've gotten 3 points, and it's just been kind of a disappointing match, you know, start to the day so far. I mean, it's really, it's at the end of the day, it's not out of reach. It's well within striking distance for all of these teams below Fraternity. We already see Estorm Gaming. They've already, you know, jumped up over Team Ventru. So Team Ventru and Fraternity are just watching this, just praying that these teams don't get any more points. But it shouldn't be too hard to get over 138.
Yeah, I think Stelacy as well. Let's not forget they finally made some change that we want to see. You know, going into 3rd place for that one. I'll give them that. It's not easy to break through, like, from that, the bridge side and down to that southern part, and they played something right, to say the least, but not the best way that we want to see it. And on to Sandhop is going to be different, and of course we're looking at maybe Paradise. We talk about most Kampong, like, for early action, and of course around the temple on the Northwest Island.
How do you even predict Sandhawk?
I don't know.
We've seen
just
Jaguars
point at something.
Just point at something. Just blindly just point at your list and try to pick a team.
I did, and I have Buluc Chabtan on my screen, so that will be my choice. Thank you, producer. And I hope they did what they did last time they played, which is aggressive splits, knowing the limits, but then also have a plan in mind when they need to group back up, you know. So that is something that we want to see. They've been having a bit of a tough day, like, to be fair, but I don't think they have lost confidence yet, and that is, you know, what makes a good team.
Oh my gosh, how do I see? You always have this good answer of how you pick them, and I'm just kind of like,
wow, she's giving me compliment. What the heck?
But clip it. But I will say all of my picks today have been in top 5.
Well, that's actually more impressive, so I'll give you that one. Compliments, see, like, synergy is needed. You didn't always just lay it upon each other. Yeah, like, be nice to each other, and they need that, especially when so many teams actually have some security. Just have fun. You never know whether you can play better, but now it's your turn.
Okay. I'm gonna go with Stelacy. I think they're starting to feel the pressure now that they've had, you know, not really that great of games. I think that we've seen them being able to close it out, you know, getting 2 chicken dinners in a row on day 1 of qualifiers. And I'm really hoping that they can kind of turn it around in Sandhawk.
Yep, okay, like, we want to see it. I mean, this is one of the most disappointing teams when it comes to the points, like, for this week so far, so it's about time to give them some love. And they also had, you know, a little bit more points, because we talked about how they were averaging like 1.5 points or even less than that in those last 13 games of the past 3 days. But today it will be a different story. It has been slightly different, but there's more work to be done. Right, so a bit of a recap of what we're looking at. I think once again, Temple area, we talk about maybe CP9, we have Team Case around there, and we also have Kampong in the past, but that may change because a lot of the action was between Noobs Esports and teams that were trying to punish them. I mean, it was tough enough for them, but maybe that's how you get easy points. But so many segments are quite uncertain. Now that I'm thinking as I speak, there's also the outskirts of boot camp to that northeastern side, that very typical hill where teams will fight, and sometimes the patience is much needed in the previous fights that team had on there. Whoever lost that quality, lost that patience, they overpush. Even if they have a numbers advantage, they get severely punished.
I did just remember who died first in the last Sandhawk match. None other than Buluc Chabtan that you just picked, because they landed in boot camp with 7 deadly sins. So we shall see if it's a repeat.
Oh, that's a good shout. At least they're going to spice it up, right? I mean, it's redemptions to be made, and one thing that we've for sure like to see. And I think both teams are coming in with, you know, pretty good, you know, condition. Like, one is eager to prove some points, and that would be Buluc Chabtan to chase back. But the side of 7 Deadly Sins, of course, had the last win, but they also have some decent fights so far today. So it's going to be a very hard choice. It's almost like you know, black or red. It's almost like a bit like roulette. But you never know, like it may go to 0 and maybe see a different team going on to boot camp. Of course, we need to look at this glorious map from this classical position, right in this lobster building in that back there. Maybe we can lob in a nade that can change everything. As we proceed more towards the northwest island, we see the beautiful temple where some early actions may happen as well.
Yeah, Sandhawk is just, once again, it's kind of RNG. What do we say? It was a fourth of the size of Miramar, and Sandhawk only 4 kilometers by 4 kilometers, completely surrounded by the water. And we've seen the water become quite a dividing line in the previous Sandhawk matches from the qualifiers, where it closes and there's a huge chunk of the river closing down the middle, and we're seeing people trying to swim or do some sort of small boat rotation to get across, and it just hasn't really proved fruitful for them. So Sandhawk now that we've eliminated that extra factor of having 4 teams sitting out from the groups, these positions should be a little bit more solidified of where everyone is going. And it looks like we have a far northern circle or northern plane path to start things off. Teams that go all the way down south, like we've seen Isurus, we've seen I think Infinity goes way down to Kampong as well. They're going to be long jumping a little bit, but should be no sweat at all to get all the way down there.
After all, it is Sandhawk, right? It's small enough, but a lot of action for sure. So grab those vehicles. Sometimes you just need that to get out of the position that you struggle to. So first off the plane will be a split from Aton 7. I mean, Long Night, Cam Bravo, like that is so good if they ever need to transition into hopefully their plan B of Hughes Strand. And I do believe that's how they play. And we have Infinity this time around, no teams for them to punish, though they also get another spot where it's very common to stack up on those heals if they need those points. And they are not that team that really struggle to get those because they have a good amount from before. But Paradise is looking quite interesting. I think 2 teams that need to prove something are both in there, so that can be quite scrappy. And the Temple as well also heating up, but will be Mezexis continuing to suffer. I feel like the DVS has been like a key part to this team. Like the DVS play, I mean, it's the headgear diff, right? So so that paperback is making something happen.
I think it's just, hey, if it's not broken, don't fix it. I think Isurus should just 4-man DBS. Actually, not even just 4, just everyone double equip DBSs. We're going to rock 8 DBSs the entire match, and we're going to come out on top. But switching back over the Temple area, we've seen a now sequel of the fight between Team Queso and CP9. Last time around this happened, CP9 got the full entire squad wipe and took out Team Queso within 2 minutes. Let's see if they're going to be able to repeat this once again. Oscar, once again, DBS in hand, coming and trying to find the shots onto him, and he does get the knock with the DBS on Ayala. Immediately more bad manners, as this region has become known for, and just shooting at the ground right next to his crate.
It's like, can I please play the game? Why does Monica
No.
has to be right? Why am I always dead? I said. And to be fair, it's not the first time that they were half-hearted around here. Last time they were half-hearted, they sent people up like a little bit late, and it didn't happen. But it's all about that chess game, mind game, right? They would say, we will full drop S4, and we'll go from there. On this other hand, though, we have Mezexis now trying to play around the architecture, this beautiful building of Paradise Resort. It's not going to be easy, though. After all, it's all about these footsteps and across sight lines that they can do. And seems like Team Queso just wants this to happen. Like, this is just quite painful to watch. Too big of a split. It's not even respectful, almost. Like, they know this segment is tight. One time they go more towards Temple, they all die. One time they went to all Chem Alpha, it went a bit better, but to split between the two positions, that is a bit of a stretch.
I feel like it's just who wants it more, and in this case, it's CP9 who wants it more because they're way lower on the standings. Team Castle's like, whatever, we're already first place sort of thing. I'm liking the kind of newfound confidence from Isurus, that they're kind of all pushing together like this. They're not just like, hey, we're just going to camp into the corners and allow Mezexis to take the fight. One just go for the knock, and he's trying to go for the flush, but he's jumping on through his nick, and he does get knocked from Isurus. So 2 up left from Mezexis. This is becoming a little bit dire as Isurus has also lost one. Martino trying to get revived, and Mezexis. I mean, this is kind of a lose-lose situation for either team.
Yeah, not even that auto aim thing anymore. I think PMPL is now on the hard mode where you need to decide who to shoot. It won't draw towards that knock player, so he really wanted that point, and that won't be to his advantage. And now pinched behind that small bit of rock, to say wood to say the least. That's going to be crazy, but it will be from Tatmok. We have a team sneaking in.
I'm liking the parkour, jumping off the back balcony because he knew he was all the way down there. But we do have a third party coming in from Royals of War, who are feeling super confident off the back of their win in Wrangle just now, leaving Mezexis TNX to go running for the hills to try to survive a little bit longer.
Well, this is going to be nice. I mean, this third party is so good. The preparation to come in as well, all those jump punches to not give away any audio cues. This is Royals of War coming in with a game plan. They know when to attack. They came in at the correct time as well. They heard the gunshots and they move in, and that will be them being the best one in this position. Now with the utilities, not really. The numbers, we need to come in yet, and that's going to be pre-fire. The AK is strong along the headshot line. That will be 2 and that will be Royals taking that one.
There it is. There's the bad man. I think Estorm is just like, we have to like just have to until we die, which they did. We're gonna stick with the DBS, but we switch on to Estorm Gaming this time on the northwestern island, having the fights with Golden Eagles. Ronaldo, pushing up by himself, I think trying to buy some time, but he does get the knock, narrowly winning. He almost lost that one though. He was down about 10 HP, but where is the rest of Golden Eagles?
Ronaldinho is the person to watch. I mean, you called this player out already, saying that there is some promise right in there, but the rest of the team has to be on par as well. Golden Eagles was as a team to beat. They have not been showing up that much, but our thought is these game plan coming in, and Ronaldinho need to put so much work in with no more first days. That AK has to work. That is for sure a little bit of a slip. Both sides making some mistakes. Is the difference between like bad and worse.
Are you kidding me? Like, so he allowed his teammates to get flushed. Didn't, they're right outside the door. He didn't do anything to use it. Hey, they're trying to flush my teammates. I use that as my bait and try to get some knocks on these things. And then just lost his one. You cannot lose your 1v1s like that. Leaving David up a little bit higher on the crest of the hill. I think trying to third party onto this one. But unfortunately for him, he's going to see Fear right behind him. David giving away his positioning now because Golden Eagles, they can hear him. They saw it in the kill feed. They know that David is somewhere close by as they've taken the last kill onto Estorm Gaming.
Absolutely, and I love the fact that CP9 is making these ones. It's almost like their first impression that show me, like, excluding that pachinki things that they like to do, but they have come back to this part of the map to say they're not scared. And it's not easy because there's so many tough teams around here, and they were able to punish. And that is why I like them and I want to see them grow like through this split. There's more to go though, but this is looking like a promising team that has drive, and you do love to see a team like that.
They just really gathered that momentum to keep this ball going after wiping out majority of Team Queso and then coming down and finding that last player of Estorm Gaming. Here we do see Buluc Chabtan. Was this your prediction for this game? I want to say.
Yes.
I can't even keep them together anymore. So
Yes.
Buluc Chabtan.
What's
4,
yours? I
and then
mean,
still up.
how's yours doing so far?
Who did I pick? I don't even remember. They're starting to just run together for me now. I need to like write this down before every game.
I feel like it's Stelacy is what you picked. Seems like, and they're still in, so better, I guess, from us.
We're 2 for 2 right now.
Okay, yeah. We'll be okay. At least they're not dead yet. I mean, we'll never forget the last time you picked Buluc Chabtan on here. Like, not quite the same fate as we see this time around, and it's been a very interesting game so far. The amount of players that dropped before this 8-minute point is actually crazy.
Staggering.
Staggering. Yes.
Yeah. Buluc Chabtan though, they're just right outside of that boot camp area, 7 Deadly Sins, and we saw them previously in the qualifiers. Remember, they came down from boot camp, came up onto the mountainside, but they didn't have that trigger discipline and just let a complete team just kind of steamroll over onto them, I believe. And this time Delta Stars up in the the compound coming up from the Painan area, having a nice little kind of split across the roadside. So we always see this in Sandhawk, that kind of initial crazy amount of action as everyone is just kind of losing ones or their entire teams, like we've seen from Estorm Gaming and Isurus. And then it's kind of the calm before the storm as the circle still needs to close in and forcing some teams to rotate even tighter in the next circle.
I mean, this is the thing, like with Sandhawk, you just need to pace yourself extremely well. And with this type of early fight, sometimes they don't know how to calm down, and then they can't read the map as well as they want. And CP9 is a team that is prone, like, to that, and that is... they didn't plan to slow down. We do appreciate that, though. Like, these type of vaulting is not the first time. But when you have the support, it's just the perfect bait. Right, so we'll give them that one. And this is a good start. It's been looking like the game that they won last time.
I mean, it was... Okay, like, we can give them a
Come
little
on.
bit of merit because the rest of his team, but I think that was a little bit of like, haha, we have all 4. I know it's only 1, so I'm just gonna haphazardly vault into the window. That could have been really bad if that solo player, because the solo player, they know they're about to be, exited out of the lobby. They might just get the flush and immediately just hone down onto the flush, and they could have potentially lost 1 in that push.
Well, when the reinforcement comes in that way, then it will be all good. It's all about faith. You practice, that's got synergy. And Diego Kid will just, we're talking about pacing himself, just like looking at the, tile first. A little bit, oh, beautiful map. And then I do feel that all the time. Playing this game, like, how do we even get here? Like, I still remember, it's like the 2-3 days ago, it's like I'm holding a phone that's with a black and white screen, and what are we doing now? It's crazy world to progress through all that, so we get to enjoy it for sure. And right now, let's get back to the game. I think there's a lot of scary snakes, and that is what you need to do as a solo.
Just as a slowly just going for it, and he was just kind of like, heart beating so fast, my palms are sweating, I can't the 1, and with 7 Deadly Sins is so mad and probably cursing themselves right now, just assuming that it was completely for free. But now we're seeing a fight erupting kind of in the distance between your pick of the litter, Buluc Chabtan, and Royals of War, who did come off the back of the win on the previous Arango match.
Yep. And you know what? There's more to do. Like, you can do one thing right, but maybe Buluc Chabtan will do it better. But Reyes with the pick. Yeah, she's laughing already, thinking that is my curse. Let's see. I think it's just going to be a full-on good fight around Paradise Resort. Both teams know how to play it. Royals of War gone in, got something, and now need to find a different path to leave. They did not risk too much, though, so it's going to remain interesting.
It's like the wheels of Buluc Chabtan are spinning, but it's not really going anywhere for them so far in this match. He just kind of started to get shot at, crouched in the open, and just kind of really banked on winning that 1v1 spray down. We do have Furious Gaming, ever the opportunistic ones, the kind of scavengers I want to call them. They come in, they heard the third party, which is so common in Sandhawk. And again, like you said, just kind of punching. His knuckles have got to be bleeding right now, punching that hard bar, but trying to get any information that he can on Buluc Chabtan.
My hands will happily bleed if it can help me with my footsteps, right? Because like that will get me killed more. I mean, to be fair, in this game, if you get shot in your fist, you can die as well. You can be shot on the fingernail, and you can still die. So like it's science in this game that we see. And of course, like this is going to be a little bit tricky. I feel like. They need to find a way to leave in a way. They need to create space. They need to be fluid. Otherwise, like this type of stalemate will not be good for any teams. But the driving needs to come through as a Farnan. What is going on, friend?
He just kind of just ran straight on into them. Furious Gaming now finding it, and Buluc Chabtan is going down like dominoes. This time, only one player left alive from his team. Cursed.
She wouldn't let it go.
I'm never letting this one go, but I mean, this happens all the time. And it's hilarious when we try to predict one person or one team to win, and then they're one of the first teams to go on out. But this really played into the hands of Furious Gaming, as they just kind of came in, stationed themselves totally safe, using the crest of this hill to hide, and letting the players just kind of run right into them, having that discipline, and just laying out the spiderweb trap for these insects to fly in.
You know what's the most impressive thing? They still have the backdrop. So exactly, they have a compound to go back to if it's in the circle. So this is something that teams need to use as a case study to understand. Oh, a global level team can do that, and is what they do, and is part of the reason why they succeed. So they never let go of these anchor points, and they will continue to maybe split like that. As long as they face the vehicles in the correct way, they can always choose a spot to play out of the two.
Yeah, for once the circle is kind to Aton 7, playing it onto kind of their side of the circle, as everyone else is going to have to rotate on in. There's nobody in their kind of general hemisphere of the world. Delta Stars, though, playing on the southwestern side, getting a couple, toe biters, little nips in the butt from the teams kind of surrounding them. But they are within the circle. Not too bad for them yet. Losing Escanar, though, that's going to be really tricky to make up that, as Outlaw Gaming does get knocked in the distance.
Well, we just need to analyze this map a little bit more, to be fair. Like, these landscapes are just so many pockets. It's like this side can have their own fight. There's like 6-7 positions where you can make it a segment, and they can have their own fight. So it's about teams knowing that, I can find this spot and I can control multiple of these positions, right? But they also need to know how to split around it, because some of these positions are high risk, high reward, to say the least.
Yes. Our Glory Gaming, though, one elimination found so far. Most of these teams are full man teams, except for Team Castle that we saw them unfortunately lose right at the very beginning, the CP9. Stelacy, my pick, my prediction. I'm really hoping that they're going to be able to, really close this one up, because they're starting to kind of trickle down the standings, which is not the direction that you want to see, as the other teams kind of right above them are starting to get those chicken dinners, and they're starting to get those heavy points and kind of increasing that gap between their points.
Yeah, there's a lot to prove. Like, I feel like I wouldn't have imagined like starting a week that way will lead them to this position right now. I mean, that previous game was a lot better, but I don't think it's all to what they've done. They know what to avoid. It's not about what they actively do, right? So Jaguar, another team to watch on this match, on this map, I should say, but they changed that today because they've been winning on others as well. The only thing that's still there is, doing a lot of things with too much effort, and then you're not getting a lot out of it. So we need to see whether they continuously do that. Aton Esports, of course, like climbing back, and we do like them. They've been only doing poorly because of me. So right now I have nothing more to say about them.
Yes, all because of you. How could you? But
I'm sorry.
yeah, I mean, they this Compound has gifted them a lot of time within the circle. The circle was shifted kind of in their general area. They're just a little bit off center, but no one in their general direction. As we do see Paradise, Royals of War splitting up into the corners to try to defend the entire compound. Up on the roofs as well. You know, great vantage points, but just be careful if you do get knocked. That's going to be an almost immediate flush from any of the teams surrounding them. But once again, this is kind of the second wave of calm before the storm, as we have 39 players still left alive. Only 11 teams left going on into the 18-minute mark of Sandhawk.
Interesting. Like 11 teams, I feel like this is quite low compared to you know, a higher level play, because survival is just always so key. Of course, aggression is good, but there needs to be a limit to it. And oh, I do like this. Back to Paradise Resort a little bit. So looking at Royals of War, I would draw a parallel between this and Miramar, where they play that peninsula to the northwest of Saint Martin. Power position, but you need to know how to split. You need to have a focus, and you cannot get too greedy.
Yeah, if I was CP9, I've kind of just wide. I mean, they've been in that position long enough to have the information of who is around them, and they should know that there's nobody on that northern side. Maybe an opportunity to wide rotate up onto that side. All Glory Gaming, though, finding, remember, Delta Stars, only 3 left alive from their team, getting a couple trades. The fight erupts out of them as both these teams, the pressure is on them to quickly finish up this fight and then get into the circle, because neither of these two teams can even see the circle at this point as a grenade thrown. And that was a grenade worth its weight in gold, because it landed right on top of them, clearing up that angle and now leaving only Elite left to defend his side of the hill.
It's a run and gun time, right? The Blue Zone's coming in. They need to just use brute force, but also have quick, good comms. And that will be the pressure. Like, Guapo coming in, and Delta Stars won't be able to get out alive, I don't think. The last player right there, and it's going to be a little bit tough, but that heal needs to be timely and just pop it right in time, to be fair. Like, phase 4 is tankable, but the next one will start to hurt quite a lot.
I mean, it's tankable, but it's a little bit too early to start it, right? Like, you ideally be a little bit further into the match to start your med off and wasting all your first aid there. Guapo is going to be pushing up by himself. The rest of his team is like, just go for the circle. I'm just going to, like, stay here with this last solo snake in the grass and kind of draw him out, not allow him to heal on up. And I think right here, is he trying to cut his ties? I mean, this is dangerous, right? Like, if he leaves a little too early, Elite could heal on up and shoot him right in the back and take him out. And there's no saving him at that point. Stelacy pushing up right on close to 7 Deadly Sins on the outskirts of Paradise.
I like the fact that they're just holding one side for now, and they have someone, I think that might be a player on their edge to maybe set the scene so that they didn't get sprayed too much, and that will be them finding a knock onto Isurus Gaming from the setup. So they picked a good side. I quite like the south side of there, but this one needs to finish, I guess, like at this rate. Last 2 Thursdays, last one now. So All Glory Gaming, I know they've been playing the split, but to leave this for a 1v1, is it worth it is the question.
I don't know if it was really worth it here, but it would be really able to escape out of it. Both these two players so far out into the blue zone. They're coming in, and Elite, he's trying to pre-fire around the rock, has him tied down about 5 HP, and he does find the knock, and he's going to have more bad manners shooting it. But this could be the saving grace for him. He's got 1 first aid left. He's going to take whatever that player had left in his crate.
That's the thing, the half-hearted plan. Oh, you go there and watch me. And then, no, we need to go now, but I'm still here. It doesn't matter. Goodbye. Right? And that's just terrible to watch. And sometimes you just need to not be half-hearted. You commit to a plan, and you need to know the limits to that plan and whether you can, bounce back to a plan B or C. And also, once again, shifting away from Paradise Resort, we always talk about how to consider these, important things. Do not overcommit, to say the least, but there will only be, I think, 2 survivors maybe from Paradise Resort, and the rest will be all about making space. And I think the Eastern teams are finding it quite chill so far.
Yeah, CP9 taking kind of a direct entry into the circle, trying to go through Paradise Resort, and they're going to have a tough go at it because we have Royals of War, 7 Deadly Sins, and Stelacy all just kind of in that general area. Isurus Gaming Trina, though, just completely unaware of the shots from across the road. This is starting to get such a small circle. Everyone can see the whites of the eyes of their enemies, and you cannot make fatal mistakes like that as CP9. Now coming on the northern side might be their opportunity, as Royals of War do have 1 player knocked.
Yeah, if I were them, I'm just gonna wrap around the northern side, like,
going.
just keep an eye on Paradise, because to
Fun,
really
fun
go
swimming,
through it,
fun swimming.
it's just so hard. Like, if you just keep going through the main part, right? Like, so,
Yeah.
and yes, and here's the thing: I know you want them to do well, and but it takes a little bit more from this. But if there's anyone who can do it, we think it might be who you're seeing on screen right now. Axel leading the charge. We need to break through more, but the southern side will first pop up. All Glory will bite more than they can chew. All that timing from before has choked themselves into this death, and that way Choker saying that, hey, hold on, it's me shooting you and not the other way around. That small window will not be very nice to him after all, and we will have to shift back into the more center position.
It's really tough for Aton 7 because they've been in the spot the entire match. They haven't had to go anywhere, and suddenly it's shifted off to them. Not only do they have to descend the mountain hillside that they're on, they have to cross the street where they have Jaguar right in front of them. So they really need to clear out this fight. Jaguar dwindle their numbers as much as possible. Maybe the smoke is actually good for them because Jaguar now cannot see them, but Jaguar is going to be focusing on trying to get on in. Hopefully they can get the knock right here. Just peppers a little bit of damage as Jaguar continues to rotate a little bit further to get into the circle.
And it's going to be run and gun once again. It's all about angles and just finding next cover, move between cover to cover, and then you just slowly get your way in. And it's all about synergy. Like, there's nothing too much to say there, right? Using your immediate skill to assess the landscape. CP9 try to take that northern approach after all, but it's tough. But at least they survived and just sent one in, and that will be using the many sightlines of others as well. Strap will be here. I would advise him to be a little bit more cautious.
Yeah, Strap just picked just the worst spot possible because he became so hyper-focused on Aton 7, completely forgot about Stelacy right behind him, able to take the shots out and take him out in 6th position. Now the rest of Aton 7, you know, they try to bomb it into the center. We're greeted unwelcomely by all 5 teams that are still within the circle as another one bites the dust. This time it's going to be Jaguar, giving Aton 7 maybe an opportunity to reset on up. A Stelacy now take the overlook position, looking down at all the teams within this circle.
Wow. You know what? Like, they are in a very good position to win. Like, they can come in, they've got entry spots, they've got Aton 7 facing the pressures from multiple other teams, and look at this position from Axial. This can be called home, and this could be where they actually make a sound, make her, my co-caster, sound quite good. And look at Milos, though, just really accurate with those things, and you know that's exactly what you need to do. With the clock coming down, you know that will push players towards a certain position. They just use all those information and game sense to make the work done with least effort. And right now Stelacy is really comfy right here to overwash over all that. I can already feel Monica smiling, but is that enough? Not quite yet. 3 teams and 10 players. It's just still quite some time to go.
Stelacy, they have the distance away from them. They have Aton 7 and Infinity right kind of linear to each other. So they just need to pepper down the shots onto them. And it's Infinity that's just not in a great position. They're all kind of clumped all on top of each other. One good nade, one good angle from Stelacy. And I love the aggression from Jerry. He just comes down even closer. And what is Infinity just too focused on one and completely forgets the angles? There are other teams in this lobbies, my friend, and you need to pay attention to every single person.
Yeah. Tell them, just get good, right, sometimes. And that is a pretty good one. And against Infinity, a team that needs more juice, really, and they will run out. But I mean, like, it might be the same case for Axial as he comes down to himself. It's going to be a 1v1 situation, Axial versus Milos.
We love the 1 versus 1. It gets so exciting. Milo, I mean, he knows generally where Axel is, but Axel, he has the more information at this point here. But Milos, he does have the ghillie suit maybe a little bit, but he's giving off so much information as Axial does find him at the very last second. So I think that was great. We talk about trigger discipline. We talk about reload discipline. Talk about information discipline. He was able to stay quiet, shift around, and then give the jump onto the last member of Aton 7.
And that would be Moncia getting that prediction right as well. And she's not trying to dab it too hard. I could feel that, but the excitement is real. I think we also need to think about how they play around Paradise Resort. They picked a side that is playable to both go in if need be, and they will also find a way to get out and eventually win that game. What a way to have this, map. Once again, we're back to Paradise Resort in a different way and just cannot really shut them down. Once again, Stelacy coming back stronger, and this time around with the chicken dinner. And we are ready to go on to a small break before we move on to Erangel for the penultimate game of the day. So we'll see you guys soon.
Yo creo que uno de los valores más importantes en mi vida como caster y gamer es el respeto. Hola, mi nombre es Jaguar 70, soy de Veracruz, México, y llevo prácticamente 4 años dentro de PUBG Mobile. Comencé como jugador competitivo y apenas hace un año tuve la oportunidad de arrancarme como caster oficial de las competencias oficiales de PUBG Mobile en Latinoamérica.
Buenas a todos, yo soy Kevin de Argentina, soy caster hace unos 7, 8 años casi, y en PUBG Mobile hace unos 2 y medio. Lo que yo más valoro en mi vida como caster y como gamer es la diversión, el hacer algo que me gusta, compartirlo con gente que le gusta lo mismo y divertirnos, porque al fin y al cabo, si vas a jugar y no te divertís, realmente no tiene mucho sentido. Y al mismo tiempo, como caster, busco transmitir lo mismo, una emoción, una diversión, pasar un buen momento, que alguien que haya tenido un día malo pueda alegrarse y olvidarse de sus problemas por un rato, y tratar de que mientras más seamos, mejor la pasemos y todos compartamos esa positividad, esa diversión, que al fin y al cabo, por más competencia que haya, un juego es un juego y lo importante es divertirse.
Al momento en que recibimos hate por parte de otras personas, igual nosotros no sabemos cómo está la vida de esa persona, por qué conflictos tal vez esté pasando en ese momento, y al momento de nosotros responder de la misma manera, con la misma moneda, pues podríamos todavía agravar más a esa persona que está pasando por un mal momento en su vida. Así que yo creo que esos serían los 2 valores más importantes, el respeto y la tolerancia.
Para el futuro de lo que es el PUBG Mobile y su entorno competitivo, espero que todo siga creciendo. Lo mobile es increíble y el juego que narramos, el juego que tanto queremos y que formamos parte de la comunidad, está muy, muy bueno. Cada vez la TAM, sobre todo, está aumentando su nivel y poniéndose a la altura del mundo que antes se veía lejano.
Yo la verdad veo todavía cosas muy grandes para PUBG Mobile, tanto como juego, de solo por diversión, también como en el competitivo.
Cuando los equipos de la TAM representan bien, les va bien, crece el talento en la TAM, mucha más gente se acerca a ver lo que la TAM está consiguiendo. Así que no espero más que cosas buenas para el futuro del PUBG Mobile competitivo en
We're back now for the very, very last match of today, going home to Erangel. But we had quite the action-packed Sandhawk. I think a lot of upsets and a lot of kind of crazy things that did end up happening, but it ended up with Stelacy on top, just to the east of Paradise Resorts.
It's really nice to see. I think teams got tested in multiple things. I mean, there's no huge rotations that they need to make, but need to constantly make space within where they already were at. So I think that's a really good test for teams to really read the grounds. And we always say this term, right? You need to know the spots where you can't see. And that spot can just be maybe 20-30 meters away, and it's not easy to hold it down. So all the cues and all that stuff is very, very important. So I want to see more of that. And back onto Erangel, it will be a different type of test. And one thing that we're seeing as well is some ult drops coming through, and we do like them, but we've got teams like Royals of War, who are very religious to Severny, but end up getting themselves, you know, a win. So maybe that could work. After all, it's about analyzing, you know, that playing path, that phase one circle, and a huge spreadsheet of data.
Yeah, like you said, Royals of War going up Severny, and the circle ending down to military base. It could not have been a worst circle for them. But let's go ahead and highlight the MVP of the match. And Furious Gaming, Milovan, I want to say he was in the... Wait, he wasn't even in the top what? Because it was first place, it was Stelacy, second place was Anton. So Furious Gaming ended up in fourth place, but being so aggressive with their eliminations, able to get 7 eliminations, and Milovan was 5 out of those 7 is just... I mean, we see these MVPs, and they're really, really well deserving of the MVPs today, because they're really carrying their teams in eliminations.
I think it's that mid game where Furious Game was stuck between a few teams where he actually put the work in, and it was great. Like, and that was great. And I think that pocket was hard to hold down, but they made it work, right? I think that's the most important thing out of all.
Yeah, what Furious Gaming is really good at is the third parties. It's putting themselves in the positions and not playing reactively. We've seen them in, I remember that Erangel game where it was Team Queso against, I think it was Mezexis, I think in the end game there, and they set themselves up. Instead of they already had the circle, instead of just staying there, they pushed even further closer to this fight to pick off as many kills as possible. And in the end, they didn't win the match, but they were able to get some more eliminations out of it. So look at these standings. Stelacy, 8 eliminations, 23 points total. Finally seeing something fruitful come out of Stelacy's efforts in PUBG Mobile.
And it's also great, I think, to see Aton Esports Infinity there. 2 teams that we were a little bit skeptical about, although they show strength when we look at the grand scheme of things. So quite like this first page, to be fair. And I think my personal favorite out of all that is CP9. Because they started with that action against Team Queso, and they did not compromise too much, and they continued to fight within that first maybe first 10 minutes of the game, and they've been finding success. So that is such a good sign from teams on the rise.
I want to say this is Anton 7's second place today. Am I correct in saying so? Is something like that. It's just like aren't able to just close out the match. They've gotten so close, but I mean they're not complaining about the points. So this is definitely great points for them, and I think they were kind of mid pack or so at the start of today in terms of league points. So very happily accepting here. We have Buluc Chabtan 1 point, Team Queso also 1 point. So it kind of turning the events, right? Like Estorm, Isurus, it's not a surprise seeing them at the bottom, but quite a surprise to see, like, usually you would not see Team Queso or Buluc Chabtan at the very bottom. But here are the overall standings though, as it gets a little less volatile at the top, I would say, but still at the bottom, it's I'm interested to see how it may have shook up.
I know it is weird. I think that game, Monica can continuously rub it in until we're both like 80 years old, because like she got the win, and the team that I called, they actually did something right, but then it didn't even go out like that early, but they were just right at the bottom there. So they weren't the first one to die, right? It's just like no points for them to gain. I believe if we look at like stats like damage and stuff, they did okay, but that's not enough, right? But enough for them to keep their 3rd position. And but Team Queso,
That's the bar we're having. They didn't die first. That's the standard that we're going for now.
Once again, that expression, right? Like I fall and I try to like grab a pile of sand to say I at least got something. So it's all about mentality. Right? It's mentality into this one. This last game as well, we talk about we'll be officially halfway through this weekend, which was a very compact, very intense one, 4 days in a row. So that thing about fatigue, like, will come it will feel really, really real.
Yeah, as we now look onto the second half of the standings, and I'm sure these teams are feeling much more fatigued than the ones in the top half. We see Golden Eagles, they started with, 55 points, just haven't shown anything out of today. We see Estorm now jumping up ahead of Fraternity and Veggie, so they're pretty much in the clear. They're like, we're definitely going to the finals now. Now it's Ventru, Isurus, Mezexis, and Golden Eagles that just really haven't done much today to really show for it. And I mean, they had 15 matches at the beginning of this weekend to try to get some points, and now just nothing has really happened. So now they have only 10 games, actually 11, including this next one coming up.
Yep. Okay, time for some predictions. I start to dislike this game. I'm just going to pick.
It's fun for me. My team won.
Yeah, like it only takes one to keep you, very eager into this. Let's go with Aton Esports, right? Because we talk. Okay, that's fine. Like, at least we share a brain from time to time. That's why we are partners in here. And the stats did speak for itself, though, right? Like, I know, like, sometimes when it comes to that final fight, it may not be down to their execution that it caused them to take a second place. It could be the position, but consistency is still there. If you think about 3 games of second place, and they came into their second places with some decent amount of frags as well, and I think that's the most important thing, is how they got those points. It was active, it was good, they know when to trade, they know how many players to let go of, and that is exactly what we want to see.
Yeah. I'm gonna go with Furious Gaming. I just saw how aggressive they played in Sandhawk just now. Having the MVP, I think they'll have a lot of momentum coming off of it. And even though they only finished 4th place, they still got a ton of eliminations. I think Furious Gaming has had really good plays even before the previous match, having a lot of good plays the previous matches as well. I haven't really seen just kind of a died early type of situation for Furious Gaming, so I think this is going to be the game that they're going to close it out and close that gap between first place Team Queso and them second place.
Yep. Okay, we just need to see now. I mean, let's think about the teams that we picked and where they could be. I think Furious Gaming, like your pick, may go back to their strat in that game 1, which is to maybe go to Rozhok and punish Buluc Chabtan a little bit. The main reason why I didn't pick BC, not just to not curse them again, but I think Furious Gaming are a little bit... They are like feeling great, and I think because that worked out one time, they may try to do it, because after all, to be a Rozhok team, to be pushed like to that northern side is always quite hard to hold it down, right? So, but Aton will be a different type of game plan, which they have tried and tested. It's fine. We move slowly from Milta, and quite punishable actually, but no team's tried it so far.
Yeah, for sure. So very excited for the final game of today. And then after today, we'll move on to day 2 and 3, which will be this Sunday and Monday coming up, which will start at the same time, same map order, Erangel, Miramar, Erangel, Sandhawk, and then Erangel one more time. So excited to see the very last game. I want to see how these teams are going to close out the day. And I think it's going to really set the momentum and set the kind of tone for the days to come.
Yeah, fatigue is for sure like a very real thing though. Like by the end of tonight, it's like, oh, we went through these like crazy points differences in qualification, and now that we played today, we're tired and we're just halfway through. It's the same for us too, but we're okay, like, because we're having loads of fun, and I think that is the mentality that if they can get to have, allowing themselves to have, and then they will be playing better, And it's just a lot of joy sometimes in this game, and just count these blessings almost. Like getting onto this stage itself is extremely hard. So many players would just pay you literally to be at where they are. So for them to enjoy it as they compete healthily, that is the thing that we want to see.
Yeah, definitely love to see it. I think I mean, like we'll see how some of these teams turn it around. Like Team Queso, we really expected much from them. Remember the last Super Weekend, the last day they had 3 chicken dinners in a row. Just really was just playing out of their minds. And today, what was the best they even did? I don't even remember right now. Do you remember? I think the best was probably like a mid placement with not a whole lot of kills.
Not a lot, and I think it's important to remember if that's like last 3 games of that day that you talked about, the 3 chicken dinners, that means 2 of them are on Erangel, so maybe this one is where they wake up. We really need that though.
Maybe I should have picked them. Maybe I should have been like, I'm gonna I don't know.
No.
I was, because that was my plan. I was like, usually I tend to pick Team Queso like later in the day because they seem to wake up for their 5th match, but they've been doing so, I guess, disappointingly so far that I didn't want to, like, I think this is going to be a throwaway day for them, and they're going to come back even stronger tomorrow.
Yeah, let's hope that's the case. And right now, of course, teams, when it comes to segments, Southern Island maybe, Mezexis know they have ground, but is that enough? We never really know, because like that's the thing, when you don't feel pressure early on, the transition into mid-game sometimes is tricky. We talked about that already in that previous Erangel game. That was a very special one because we went to the Southern Island. This time around, it will be a little bit different maybe, but we are yet to see, and a different playing path for sure. If we go to Southern Island, we'll be slightly more merciful to these teams as we have is through the middle of farm all the way to South Georgia Pool.
All right. Map circle ending prediction.
Really? Zarky.
Okay. Zarky every time, Zarky.
Okay, I'm gonna be wrong, but it's good to have, hope, have your...
That 1 in a million chance.
Give me Zarky right now, so that she can finally lay it off me. And hey, but we've got something interesting to start off with, to say the least. 7 deadly sins in Novo. So I wouldn't say complete a change, but then it would add a little bit more excitement to that Southern Island, right?
Yeah, I guess Yadnaya just before the circle pops, and I can't change my answer anymore, so I'm gonna guess Yadnaya for the ending. So hopefully Mezexis, they have a little better of a start. Remember the last match, they were on the military base, it got camped by Team Queso, and then it was just not great for them, and then it was just like the last player getting caught up by whoever it was, and it was just the end for them. We do see once again though, this just keeps on happening. Can these teams afford it though? Because Isurus, they're at the very, very bottom. Like they're not even in qualifying, like comfortably in qualifying yet. CP9 a little higher from them, but once again, I think CP9's like, we want revenge. We want to redeem ourselves from being wiped when the DBS from Isurus last match.
Yep. Oi, and the way to start it as well, like Drew with the nade. And that is going to be, once again, how we started this week. Remember that first game ever, it was this hot drop. Whether they learned something, we don't know yet. And to have the nade to follow up as well, like CP9 has been on point so far with the utilities.
I think it's just Isurus plays this like they don't know how to defend Pachinki, because I see them land and they land completely different from last time, and it's kind of all spread out, but they should have known to expect CP9 to come in this way. They've already lost 1 player because of it. And I mean, this is just, once again, this is just like the thought is like, hey, we need to win Pachinki, but how do we get to that end goal? Martino, though, with the AKM landing the shots and does find the knock onto David, so evening the odds, 3 versus 3.
Well, the HP is not there. No meds either. No teammates, but cover fire does come through just enough, but that's a nade. Just needs to scratch, the skin a little bit, and that will be the downfall of this team once again. There will be a lot more prep to do, and to come back to Pachinki or not needs to be one of the questions.
I mean, it paid up big time for CP9, but the shots just continue. The shots are just unrelenting as they are able to wipe Isurus, not lose a single player, and that's going to be CP9 this time to start the game off real well with 4 elimination points. Team Stelacy though, I mean, this is kind of old teammates now turned rivals, as a Mystic who used to be on Team Queso be the first one out from Stelacy by the hands of Ayala.
And this is one of the interesting things about Scene with, a high retention rate of professional players. They know how each other play. They even play together, so they know exactly how you rotate and to punish. So after that, it's about who can break out the patterns quicker, so that you can be a bit less predictable. Like right now, we are still seeing teams doing some things quite rigidly, and so there's more to do. And of course, one thing that's rigid for sure. This is swapping from a Scar to M416. Do you know about recent patch? To be fair, like, what's your favorite loadout? I've never asked you that.
You never asked me that? Okay. Usually, I mean, I kind of have to... Oh, man. I mean, I used to, like, way long ago, I used to do M4 and then a sniper rifle, K9, M24, something like that. And then it was just a sniper rifle. It's such an all or nothing shot, right? There's no... If you miss a shot, it's nothing. If you get it, then it's, it's a knock sort of thing. And it was just not quite enough. So it was just... I swapped that one out for SMG. I had an Uzi for a while. And I'd probably rock, like, a UMP right now just to stick with the meta.
Yeah, that's nice. And I would still go for M4 DP. I know they've nerfed it before the Globals. I just don't know why, because you didn't always get to use this gun. Once you're on there, I think the double headshot when you can land well through a menu burst mode is still very, very nice. And I do want to do that. But give me that 4 times and I'll play that big baby.
Yeah, it's just the... DP just burst, kind of almost no recoil, just continuing like that, and be able to laser people, lasering kids out in the open and out in the distance. So definitely, yeah, I do appreciate that gun, and I got a nice skin on it. So
yeah, I mean, I thought I got that from maybe season 8 or something. Like it was not too impressive, to be fair, but I do like it, and I completely want to play that gun again. But at this level, I don't know how good I am. And of course, like M249 is another personal favorite. You know what though, like on that gun, I don't like to put the big scope on. I don't even like a red dot. I like the iron sight.
Like the iron sight. I think we saw one time somebody put 6 times on M249 in qualifiers, you remember, in Miramar, and I was like, what is going on here? What am I watching right now? Because it was just recoil all over the place.
I think he just kind of put that on and forgot to do the dial down to 3 times yet, and it was like flying across the screen. It's like, what's wrong with your gyro, mate? So that's for sure as a treat to see. Is like, I didn't expect that instability coming through, but maybe he was just mentally very stable, and it was just like that. Quick spray, because it was a reflex upon something flying across the screen, so you need to shoot down that fly. And right now with Estorm, this team had some promise in certain fights. I think it's more like a promise in the player. Ronaldinho, like we saw how he could, take out squads by himself, but the rest of the team were just not helping. Like there's no positioning to bait or to achieve more things other than just bringing players to them. Like from that fight, of course, there's a little bit mean, but there's more that they need to prove for sure. I mean, the points set the same. Like they've been too close for comfort when it comes to qualification.
Yeah, another one that's a little not, just cutting it a little bit too close is Mezexis Dreams, who's not even in that top 16 qualifying spot yet. I think this is one of those teams that did come up from PMPL qualifiers. They were playing in kind of a lesser lobby, and clearly we're doing things right in that lobby, but doing some plays, making mistakes that they didn't get punished for in that kind of lesser lobby. I think they're paying dearly for now in this PMPL lobby with teams like Team Queso, Isurus Gaming, Rose of War, teams with kind of global status and experience that they're not getting away with a lot of their previous plays.
Yep, absolutely. And you know what? It's going to be, teams adjusting all along, and I think with this last game, it will change the game plan because we've got favors going over to multiple different teams, and we'd never thought that Stelacy would be in this state, but based on how they played the past few days, right? So they get to come in and say, we're going to try some things now, but not exactly this, and that. Someone take over, please. That was just a pain.
That was like depressing to watch, because it was. He wasted 2 grenades. There's just not, and then he tried to back off when he had the info. He should have before if he I think he was just hoping he could get the knock there and then didn't have a plan B if he couldn't get the knocks with the grenade, so he just kind of backed off. If he had the plan in motion before, I probably would have backed off already before he gave away all the information of where he was at and kind of found a better way to take the fight, or at least allowing some time for the rest of his teammates to come up, because remember they lost Mystic at the very beginning, they just lost Jer, so now it's only 2 players left from Stelacy.
And you have to look at the opponent as well and where this is happening. They choose Primosk, right? And then this is the fight that almost feels like they choose to take, because Golden Eagle's not one of the teams that will just find and hunt you down. So it's almost like, oh, we've got some confidence now from that game. Let's try to punish a team that we find weak. And what's the result now? So that, I think, is enough to send them back down when it comes to momentum. It's just my gut feeling. I don't want it to be the case, but like based off the things that we just listed, I feel like that might be, you know, the set truth.
Yeah, Mezexis still waiting on over here. They so they got punished on the bridge before, so this time they've made it really a point to just boom, we're gonna bomb it across the bridge, get there real nice and early. As we see, they don't really have that much loot in terms of one first aid from Leonardo, and then Jaguar kind of taking up the blue stacks that Team Queso was at, so getting kind of their second helpings of loot as Team Queso kind of moved a little bit further into the circle, kind of on that western side of the map.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know what, like Jaguar, another team that I feel like they are similar to maybe Seven Deadly Sins, CP9, a few teams that will have their occasional game to break out. And we like seeing that. The ability to do that from time to time is great. And I want to really talk about CP9. We gave them a small shout out earlier, and we didn't expect them to continuously do that. Of course, this early momentum is given by Isurus, which we would find them a little bit weaker compared to the rest of the lobby, but still, it's great to see this team play. And you wouldn't believe that it's them who have, you know, torn teams left, right, and center in early games across multiple maps when you look at the points that they have so far. Right, so that's interesting. Waiting for this shift, though, I feel like we've seen this circle before. Whether it will shift back to Quarry like last time, that will be the thing. Oh, nice.
Oh my! Okay, so I've seen this circle. It's either gonna end in Fairy Pier. It's gonna end up on those cliffs, just on that little hump of the Sosnovka military base. I think some of these teams like Mezexis is kind of kicking themselves right now. I mean, just looking at that circle, they really assumed it was going to be on the main island, but they're going to have to come on back, but maybe proving fruitful. They have been able to pick off a kill onto Team Queso as they try to go down past them to get onto the bridge.
Yeah, it's going to be quite tricky, I think, for teams to... I think a lot of them will be baited into thinking, oh, let's play the southern island instead. Right, because like, it's going to be like there's more ground around there, but I actually would think it's just edge. I think it's fine to just edge. Like you just need to make sure that you punish certain teams who are a little, I wouldn't say too patient, but who were trying to avoid action once again. This is a very interesting circle, and it's just phase 2, right? But we've got more than half of the ground being water.
Aton 7, your pick was going to be my pick, but I'll let you go first. So I think Aton 7, they came out onto the southeast section of Pachinki from Milta, seeing that they knew that bridge was going to be super congested, so they're kind of wide wrapping all the way around. Infinity taking a little bit of damage, I think, from Aton 7, and so they had kind of the same idea, and so they're just gonna be like, okay, if that bridge isn't ready or isn't available, we're gonna go to the other bridge and kind of risk on over there. As Royals of War also in the general vicinity, high risk for all these teams doing these wide rotations.
Well, Royals of War know how to do that, right? They were that team that likes to loop around. They would start from Savoni, so an edge team maybe, but we'll find some shots. They know the time to add some pressure if they need it. And we talk about CP9 now. This is a team to fight if they want to prove a point.
Yeah, CP9. I mean, they're the ones that need the points. Fury Gaming is not Stelacy. They go first out of her 15th position. That was a grenade worth 3 Michelin stars, perfectly served by Trigger on a silver platter, and he's just going to continue to kind of wipe out these angles. But CP9 in a terrible position now with only 1 player left up, and that's going to be Strap. Not long for this world as he is hanging on for dear life.
That is the experience there when you see Trigger's hand trying to pull that nade and you're still trying to pre-fire it, they missed the window to not take any damage. It was double nade that came through. That was a typical type of mistake that we see, but it's not, you know, too unusual from a team that really wants to fight. The CP9 will need to go back and learn one more thing before they try to pull these fights again.
Jaguar, they were able to be just beating Aton 7 just barely to get across the bridge, take all these vehicle spawns as Aton 7 is left with, I mean, they still have the 4 players, but their vehicles are kind of in shambles, if not blown up already. They're going to be needing to heal, and they're going to be pretty late to this rotation now. But for them, even though they're late, this side of the circle should be pretty darn clear because everyone else is coming on and clustered on that western bridge.
Yeah, and I think right now that Western Bridge is going to be interesting because of the architectural change, first of all. But 2, I think at some point, teams may feel like either ground was tricky because there's so limited of them, and they just feel like, let's try the bridge instead. So not just on top, not right there, maybe below and on these sides. So we may get to finally showcase how interesting this change has been.
I mean, it's the second phase. The blue zone isn't doing too much damage, but still, you never want to really find yourself out in the blue zone taking this kind of suicide fight. Royals of War, though, it's... Man, they were able to really clean up on the previous Erangel match, but Buluc Chabtan is just... I mean, when you're crossing the bridge, you either want to be first, get across, or be kind of coming in really late. You never want to be funneled on the same time, trying to cross the bridges at the exact same time, as we see these 2 teams have now found themselves right on top of each other.
Well, it's going to be tough because it's just phase 2. It's fine, you can tank it, but with only 5 bandages, Reyes would need to find another way through. But it seems like they are just always ready to fight. I know they had a tough day, but Reyes always really ready. The distance is at 1,000 meters though, so that is what they need to consider. 3 kills right there, and they're confident to take the rest from Royal of War.
Yeah, he's tossing the grenade. He knew he was up top where that knocked player was, and he does find him going for the flush. There's still 1 person, I think, left alive up there, and they're going to be ascending the stairs, trying to find him. And he hears the footsteps just above. You got utilities, both of them drawing the frag as he tosses him just right within the window, quickly laying prone on the 2nd floor. Now Reyes pushing on up ahead of the rest of his team as they do find him, and they're going to go for the looting of the crates. But, I mean, just... Royals of War it's such a flip-flop from their great performance in the previous Erangel.
I feel like there's this thing, like they try to do something that they've always done, which is to avoid fights in the early game. They may shoot you a little bit and see whether they can get something, which is respectable, but it's too predictable what they're trying to do. Like, there's like straight up, we're gonna go around. And that itself, you know, can be an issue, right? You need to be more fluid than that, but this is the circle. In the 2 games in a row, we've got circles that make players want to just go with, you know, a fixed plan, almost like, oh, if we get this big shift, we will do this. And you forgot all the middle ground between the multiple options. And 7 Deadly Sins, look at that spray, what a beautiful one. And there will be Bye-Bye to join in with the action point from quite afar. So we've got quite some good teams on the Southern Island at the moment.
Yeah, Team Castle. Oh no! Team Castle though at the hands of Aton 7 and actually now Jaguar this time. So we have like a third party here. We have continues just running on over the thing. Aton 7 is just like they're like we saw Nitsu have the buggy clips and we're just gonna go for it as well. Jaguar taken out in 12th position, but that was some crazy drive-bys. Fast and Furious, I guess, is the new name of the game.
Man, like it's almost like a 30. Have you seen someone third party with a run over? That is new. for me.
Hey, whatever
And
works.
7 Deadly Sins, yeah, like, it worked, and they would still have the player. So right now they will really just control these small rocks right here. It is exactly where you said you want some endings to be. It's not the end game, but it's fine. We get to see the beauty of it. And right now, it's just 7 Deadly Sins know about the funneling effect. They push players away. They will chase it down. They control the sight lines towards where the previous fight happened. Also trying to fish some of those fishies.
I really want to compliment 7 Deadly Sins teamwork. You know, we saw them. They had high eyesights on that member of Team Queso for a really long time, but you know, trigger discipline, wait until everyone was ready, and then shooting together to get that quick knot on Mitsu, and then everyone just pushed on. And it was unfortunate for Team Queso because they had Aton 7 also fighting them with bye-bye. So it was just too many distractions. They couldn't really help each other. They were all taking like a 1 versus 4, you know, trying to defend against the team coming on near them.
You know what Aton 7 is so good at, like currently, they are very patient. They work around the edges, they keep moving along a little bit, and they will find bits and pieces of info to strike for later and not now. Like for circles like this, be very careful when it comes to overcommitment into certain like spot. You push yourself to the coastline, we get it. They've got the teamwork, you said it. But it's about whether you can get more than this. What if it shifts back away? And it will be reverse gatekeeping that's going to happen upon the side of 7 Deadly Sins.
Yeah, talk about a desperate situation for Ayala from Team Queso. I mean, he's usually the first one to die from his team. So, but I mean, it was just, there's nowhere left to go, right? There's like 7 Deadly Sins. It got the knock on Nitsu, pushed on off nowhere except to just jump off the cliff and just wait in the water. Now he finds himself on the edge of the circle, and he can only just kind of swim back up the ferry pier area, which it looks like it has shifted back onto the main island this time.
Well, and we do quite like that because we can definitely see the bridge now, and we'll see teams trying to maybe set them not go too far because like there's a lot of fishes that they can take, and Ferry Pier will move away from our favorite new bits with the tank that we saw a lot of teams die from last time. But this is just textbook. We love, yes, give me that bridge finish, and I want it to be on there. And right now it's going to be like we said, like Aton 7 against 7 Deadly Sins. Let's see who will get more control around that South Island still, but it's close enough for you to be shot from across the river.
Ooh, we do find Aton 7, your team, finding 7 Deadly Sins, and this is going to be, I mean, the winner of the military base, but you still need to get on across. And remember, we had discussed with the new update, the bridge has so much more playable spots on it, just those little, what do you call them, just walkways, I guess, that you can hide in.
Sidewalk.
You know, like sidewalk.
American English.
Railways, metal
Railways.
discs, but Aton 7.
Construction panels. So it's for those who are trying to do like maintenance.
Very descriptive.
You get what I mean? Like, not for the general population. It's for technical staff only.
But I like how they kind of gave up that fight, and they're like, we're going to put more pride in getting a better spot in the circle, and then turning our backs and then refocusing on 7 Deadly Sins.
I like that. And Delta Star's right in here. In one of the best spots, to be fair, but not really getting much yet. I think the problem is it being quite hard north edge. The cross later on can be tricky, but at least they can protect vehicles and stuff. So that is quite a few important boxes checked. And Glory Gaming, we almost forgotten that they are in this game sometime, and they're still yet to prove something. But they've got some better games, right? Like making it to top 3, etc. Not completely what they fought for themselves, more like given. So a lot more to look at. But Delta Stars, I know they had some decent games, but it may not be enough when it comes to proving why they're at this 5th place at the moment.
Yeah, Delta Stars, it's kind of hit or miss with them. Usually I see them, you know, either do some sort of outstanding game where they're able to get the chicken dinner, or it's just kind of really just whelming, as we said the other day, you know, not overwhelming, not underwhelming, just kind of whelming. Just not much to talk about. Furious Gaming, though, finding them on shots. We see Tigger Zin now taken out of the match, as now Buluc Chabtan is making their kind of mad rotation in the circle. Hopefully this can be a little bit welcoming for them as they just carve their spot out. Estorm Gaming Fear just in that last lone shack, seeing if he can get into the circle, because I don't believe he's quite in yet.
Oh, this is hard. Like, you just need to over-rotate sometimes to get into another bit, and I think that will be the buggy for sure gone in a short while. I just cannot believe that Fear played it that way, and they actually didn't get much from that. When you have a compound like this, you don't have to be all in it. You just need to be on the outskirts. Use the tractor, use something else, and that is finally some work done by none other than Rondino.
I mean, Buluc Chabtan is just, they just can't keep all 4 of their players left alive, and you see they're just kind of falling like a bowling pins on this edge of the circle. Only Reyes and Elan Kid, and now left alive, gets a critical knock on Luis as Estorm Gaming. Actually, all of these teams on this general side of the circle, none of them are in, and they're going to have to disengage at some point or really clean up the fight if they want to find any sort of footing in this 6th phase circle.
This is going to be tricky. I mean, it's really close to the bridge, right? We might have missed like where it actually is going, but look at these teams all 200 meters away. I think we are blessed with a very interesting finish, and right here, I cannot believe they got in without actually losing a player. That is a setup that was basically like of a failure from the side of Estorm, and now the pressure is onto them. Forget about that, mate. Like, you need to start thinking about the next phase as well.
Yeah, Buluc Chabtan, they're using utilities now. Good for them trying to open the... I mean, they really need to clear this up. They've got about 10 seconds left before the circle starts to close. Neither team having any sort of time on their side. I just get in my vehicles. I just start... I just avoid this. Just go and get in. Because if it's not Estorm Gaming, it's the Blue Zone that will take you out of this last game of today.
The clock. That is important. TikTok, indeed, and that's going to be quite tricky as they slowly come in as well. The bridge is crowding up, and we want to see, do we still have these construction panels that we talk about? I think they're running a little bit, you know, like, not quite a lot of that, right? So it's going to be tricky, and oh my lord, is Anton. 10 eliminations. Who picked them again this time?
Golden Eagles, they're showing us why they're at the bottom of the leaderboards. Like, what kind of place was that to take? You had to know this was just, they had zero information. They were just sending it on in. They do fine. Oh, now Aton 7, just whipping onto 7 Deadly Sins. So good for them that they just let that fight go back on the military base. And now they position themselves in a really nice spot. But only 2 players left alive as we go down to our last 6 teams in this match.
Quite interesting right here, and as we see, to be fair, Infinity is one of those teams that we thought could have done a lot more, like with what they've done in the past, and I think they're trying exactly that. They want to clear the back before going in, and we do respect that. Let's see what they can through this very different ground right here. Isurus Gaming have a spot, but will need to move as well. It's really hard to predict this one, Monica. It all depends on whether teams will be able to quickly refocus upon whatever pressure comes through from any side.
This is such a unique circle. I don't think I've really seen it end up on the lighthouse of this cliff yet. Delta Stars, they have the advantage in numbers, but Mezexis, they're the ones that are going to be way up top. I think some of these teams at the very bottom, like Infinity, like you can't even get up from this angle. So they're going to be playing the, hey, we hope that we're still in the circle, and we're going to be meting it off against whoever is up on top of the cliff if it shifts that way. But Infinity down to 2. As now All Glory Gaming is also kind of on a downhill slope, as Furious Gaming is also bombing it up the cliffside. So it's just kind of, who is the king of the hill? It's Mezexis right now, and all the civilians all the way around on either side.
Yep, and there's going to be like one of the favorite things. Like, to be fair, like I'd rather have this than the bridge in a way, because it is so tricky when it comes to like nades. But once you get up the slope, you know very well of that building and where to nade and how to pinch. And Delta starts trying to like work the edges first, and it's going to be very interesting, like through the layers of these rocks. And it's about, you know, audio cues as well, and it seems like All Glory Gaming, this is quite characteristic of them. They're just like slowly getting in. Do they even have a kill? Yes, they have one. So there's more to do, but the rest of them, where are they again? In the water, I think.
Yeah, just very characteristic, just kind of weaseled their way in. All Glory This Gaming, though, one is stuck in the back, as I'm not really sure how Delta Stars allowed All Glory Gaming to rotate in front of them. Remember, they were the ones gatekeeping them way out in the distance. Mezexis does find a knock onto Infinity from up above. So, I mean, they have the kind of the cliffs to save them right now, but Mezexis is well aware there are so many teams below them, and they just need to stay up on top. Don't jump down and allow the blue zone or whatever, the circle, to shift away from the teams down below.
And Mezexis actually successfully launched a Nate down there from that slope.
Wow.
It's quite crazy, to be fair. You know what? Crazy thought. I feel like All Glory Gaming could even win this one from there. Look at all these other sides, like the players dying left, right, and center because of each other. But it will be, you know, the piece right down there. You know, just go for a quick swim as well.
Yeah, go quick dunk, kind of cool off type deal. I mean, All Glory Gaming, yeah, it was great for them. Furious Gaming, though, they definitely played Thorn in the side and stopped the advancement of Delta Stars up the mountain, because as soon as they started coming up a little bit in the open, they saved Mezexis from the push, and Delta Stars is now pretty cautious of coming out in the open one more time. Mezexis, though, 2 players up on top of the hill. Now Delta Stars have smoked it, used their utilities, are now trying to clear out the top of the lighthouse.
So, a lighthouse finish. Oh, it's almost like season 1. We talk about 2018 PUBG, and this is what it's built for. Like, you know this spot, we know the bridge cam, we know how to cam the bridge campus and use that top, and that will be Mezexis Dream trying to redeem the games that they didn't do quite well, and that will be a quick feat as well, but will be down to himself against 10 other players.
Yeah, and it's, I mean, this is the play that I'm kind of watching. Sorry, he's, you know, showing consistent numbers, but the grenade comes out perfectly from Delta Stars, taking Mezexis out in 4th position. Now we have All Glory Gaming. Furious Gaming, though, we see the last player left alive, Milovan, and he's trying to clear it up from All Glory Gaming down the cliffside, and now trying to get the secondary knock. He does get the second one. There's a third one out in the distance as he comes and whips around and gets the third one. Could he be getting the 4th-piece of the century here as one player is left alive? He quickly goes and tries to clean up these kills, but it's a 1 versus 1 here. He cannot forget about him. I think he just saw him. Can he clear this one out?
My god, the difference in the preparedness to fight, the difference in the mechanics, and that is what it really matters. And right now that will be Delta Stars from up top laughing about this one, ending tonight with a drop down shot. And man, like, that is just a different treat for us today. We've seen many things, and you can see characters through and through the souls of the players. You can see it from maybe from behind the ankle. You know who is running there. Oh, it's swimming. It's All Glory Gaming. Oh, it's just fragging all along. And then you know what teams they were, and that was the way that we want to see them wrap up this day. I mean, it's still only the halfway point through this long weekend.
I don't think we were expecting Delta Stars to win that one. I think you had thought All Glory Gaming. I predicted Furious Gaming, but shout out to Delta Stars. 9 eliminations. Great job from them, and just an outstanding performance today to really start the weekend off right.
Wow, and to be fair, like, they were one of those teams that did not do that much, but today they've done really, really well. And sometimes it's about, you know, what they have talked about, and that's what we want to believe in, the preparation. So you know what, we're going to see, I'm gonna hear from my producer again. Where are we going right now towards this end? Of course, we're going to have a bit of a break because we've got some math to do, and then we'll come back with the final results of today. I'll see you guys soon.
Yo creo que uno de los valores más importantes en mi vida como caster y gamer es el respeto. Mi nombre es Jaguar 70, soy de Veracruz, México, y llevo prácticamente 4 años dentro de PUBG Mobile. Comencé como jugador competitivo y apenas hace 1 año tuve la oportunidad de arrancarme como caster oficial de las competencias oficiales de PUBG Mobile en Latinoamérica.
Buenas a todos, yo soy Kevin de Argentina, soy caster hace unos 7, 8 años casi y en PUBG Mobile hace unos 2 y medio. Lo que yo más valoro en mi vida como caster y como gamer es la diversión, el hacer algo que me gusta, compartirlo con gente que le gusta lo mismo y divertirnos, porque al fin y al cabo si vas a jugar y no te divertís, realmente no tiene mucho sentido, y al mismo tiempo como caster busco transmitir lo mismo, una emoción, una diversión, pasar un buen momento, que alguien que haya tenido un día malo pueda alegrarse y olvidarse de sus problemas por un rato y tratar de que mientras más seamos, mejor la pasemos y todos compartamos esa positividad, esa diversión, que al fin y al cabo, por más competencia que haya, un juego es un juego y lo importante es divertirse.
Al momento en que recibimos hate por parte de otras personas, igual nosotros no sabemos cómo está la vida de esa persona, por qué conflictos tal vez esté pasando en ese momento, y al momento de nosotros responder de la misma manera, con la misma moneda, pues podríamos todavía agravar más a esa persona que está pasando por un mal momento en su vida. Así que yo creo que esos serían los dos valores más importantes, el respeto y la tolerancia.
Para el futuro de lo que es el PUBG Mobile y su entorno competitivo, espero que todo siga creciendo. Lo mobile es increíble y el juego que narramos, el juego que tanto queremos y que formamos parte de la comunidad, está muy bueno. Cada vez LATAM sobre todo está aumentando su nivel y poniéndose a la altura del mundo que antes se veía lejano.
Yo la verdad veo todavía cosas muy grandes para PUBG Mobile, tanto como juego, de solo por diversión, también como en el competitivo.
Cuando los equipos de LATAM representan bien, les va bien, crece el talento en LATAM, mucha más gente se acerca a ver lo que LATAM está consiguiendo. Así que no espero más que cosas buenas para el futuro del PUBG Mobile competitivo.
It was Venture to really clutch it up and get their second chicken dinner of the day. I mean, that's going to really set their momentum and really set their tone for the remaining days to come. That'll be tomorrow and then Monday.
Delta Stars. When you look at these top teams from that overall standing, they kind of are doing better than the other few. Yes, consistency is another thing. I think when we do the actual point average, they are making a statement, to say the least. And I talked about it already. Sometimes I don't want to use this point too much about preparation, but you rarely get something like this, right? You prep for one day, just so you need to quickly adjust to the finals. You can say, hey, there's a good amount of teams that would probably qualify, so we can prep for that already. But Delta Stars were not a team to do that initially before yesterday, because they were just lacking so much of the essentials. But look at them coming in like a new team.
Yeah, Delta Stars, they kind of, I don't want to say barely qualified for Super Weekend, but it was just not one of those that were like a standout team. But yeah, definitely great job from them. I'm sure you're kicking yourself because you picked Delta Stars on one of their off matches, right? That they didn't win, and then they won the other two matches today. You're like, this is normal. This is nothing surprising anymore.
Well, I feel like the teams that I picked today, like, when I used the reasons to justify something, they showed some time through the day, and I would just take it that way, and we're just going to leave it at that. And so today is interesting, and we're going to look at why I say that, especially in this last game, right? And no, should I say this first game to start off with? We've got quite a lot of replays from what we got from the day. We first have this, a school apartments finished, and then let's talk about just Erangel first as well. Like the second, so the game view of the day, Southern Island. In this last game, a bridge finish. So like this is one of the craziest series of 3 games of Erangel games that I have watched in a very long time when it comes to end circles.
Yeah, and I think this is becoming a lot easier for these teams to kind of manage and know, like, hey, these 16 teams, unlike the qualifiers where we had groups and we had people shuffling in and out of the matches, we always have the same 16 teams. We know the play styles. We can just kind of focus up on these ones and then really just make our play styles more precise to get the best outcome as possible. And we've seen some teams really turn it around, like Delta Stars, that played really well, and then some teams like Team Queso, which, like, what kind of happened? Like, I don't even know how many points they got today because it was just that low.
I mean, Yes, it's tough, right? And fatigue maybe, and they get to rest. And once again, like in this scene, the managerial side of a team as well, to help the players to peak on the right moments, right days. And this week will be a little bit of a challenge, but it's not just now, like it's looking into the next split as well. Almost like the teams that need to work on that is so many. We talk about maybe teams that already have lost their spot in the finals, but also there's a few who has not come out good enough, I would say. So quite a few that we will still look at, but we need to talk about this day, right? A lot of so-called typical weird spot endings, right? So we had that one in the first game, we saw it. Then in Miramar, it's slightly better. It's like more even, Legendary, and there's layers. Then into this Sosnovka ending, then we've got almost Paradise ending, then a bridge. I feel like it's very hard to sometimes explain the endgame circle in such few words because it's usually just somewhere random, but today was not the case.
Yeah, and even in Sandhawk, usually it's also very hard to kind of predict what could have happened here. We saw the kind of hot drop in Paradise Resorts, and then we just saw so many teams come through the city. I think I want to say like 5 or 6 teams had come on through, and then Furious Gaming, as always, and just really kind of complimenting them on just being able to position themselves in the best way possible to pick off as many eliminations as possible. And I had them as my prediction for the last game, but I think they ended up in second, was it? Second place. So yeah. Hey, today my predictions, I got one right, Stelacy in the 4th game, and then all the other ones, my predictions were in the top like 3, top 5. So I'm getting there. I'm getting
not even getting there. I think for any regular day, like that's almost a peak. Like you're peaking it as a caster already. Well, I will try to make myself look slightly, less terrible. At least I think like the end of last year in PMGC, I did call out very few good predictions, and right now I think the thing is, all these teams, all of those who are watching, can actually do something like that. All you need is some spreadsheets, and then you need to just collect data first, organize them, and be able to find patterns, and that will be so important for you. And then sometimes if you're not that type of player, or you don't like that lifestyle, playing so many scrims and then coming in with like long hours like that, you can at least pick and study it at your own pace, right? So that is going to be a wrap from that replay as well. What a series of games, and there's endings, and I don't know what to expect from tomorrow. It's almost like, I'm just going to be a little bit disappointed now because we peaked in this type of like ending today. But it's a thought that we should have, that we can have, but not for the players, because they just need to really gear up continuously through the rest of this weekend.
I think Team Castle's gonna turn it around tomorrow. Okay. I think manager Coach Gabo is gonna yell at them a little bit tonight, and then I think we're really hoping that we see Isurus, we see like Golden Eagles kind of turn it around, because it's right within their grasp of getting more points than Fraternity, trying to get that last 2 qualifying spots, and they can totally do it. And we see Isurus, like they won a game yesterday in Sandhawk too, but they just really need to, I guess, like VOD review it back, see what they did wrong. And I just think just playing a little bit more aggressively overall from Isurus, because they're playing very reactively, very like, we can only make lemonade out of lemons that they're literally gifted to us. We like they can't really make something if they are not in the circle.
Yeah. Or they can just not jump into a pile of lemons, so they didn't have to think about that, right? So that is another way to say this. And the get-go, that game plan, like just go somewhere maybe slightly, less risky, but it will be Aton 7, Friend 96 with that MVP award this time around, 6 kills, 712 damage. And then we saw how they control that ground. We talk about the patience around that southern side. Yeah, they know that the end goal might be just back towards that bridge, so there's no overcommitment towards the coastline, no overcommitment towards any compounds, and that is what we like to see. And I think a lot of that is usually overshadowed by just highlight plays. No, it's when they didn't shoot, is where they excelled in that game. So I want, whoever loves studying the game to go back and see how they played that segment around phases 4 and 5, and I think you will be able to get quite a few things on notes for yourself to improve as well.
Yeah. I'm wondering if Aton 7 would be able to do something different if they hadn't, because they were in that farm area, they rotated all the way around and came up, the hard way. But if they had come the short way, they would have been right behind Delta Stars, maybe have taken that spot away from them, and maybe played in their footsteps to win the match. But still, 15 points found from Aton 7. Pretty great for them. Always that consistent. They're always like second to fifth. Like they almost every single match are finishing and that nice placement, and then getting a lot of eliminations to beef up their points. So it's a no wonder that Aton 7 has been doing very well so far in PMPL Latin America.
I feel like All Glory Gaming is playing an Isurus from yesterday.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? Like the way that they are getting these points are more like blessed, and they had the patience. It's not easy, and we've been harsh about that. It's fine. Like when you get these games, when you get these circles, you take these points that way. It's fine. It's not your fault that they are blessing you, but then whether you can use it more is where we really, really care about. And on the second page, we spoke of Isurus, and I think the points really spoke for itself as well. It will be a key thing for them. I think I've tried to put myself into their shoes. The team has a huge meeting to come up with. For 3 out of 5 games on the day being on Erangel, are you actually going to all the time go towards Pachinki for what seems to be always an uphill battle?
Yeah, and CP9, landing with them, yes, you won Pachinki, but they only got 4 points that match, and that was the 4 points onto Isurus. Now we're looking at the overall standings from All Super Weekends, and Furious Gaming has, just played out of their minds today. Not only have they played well, but Team Queso has just not really put any points on the board, just barely anything. They've been able to come up over them by 1 point. So even though Team Queso, most eliminations, it's that placement points that are debilitating them now as we see the shift in the top 1 and 2 spots.
Yep, so that's 19 points from Team Queso today. Furious Gaming go for 329 to 396. So I do that math quickly, it will be 67 points that they've gotten today. So that is really impressive. From 5 games, 6-7 points, 13 points to say the least, right? 13.4 points, and that is so hard to get. Even if you get 4th place every time, you need to get on average 5 to 6 eliminations, and come on, that is for sure something. So I wouldn't be surprised if you picked them. I mean, you did, and they just didn't win exactly that game, but overall they played a controlled game of PUBG. They know their limits, and it was just so nice to watch.
Yeah, right here, Fraternity and Team Venture are kind of happy with this, that they're seeing hey, Estorm, yes, they jumped up above us, but Mezexis, Isurus, and Golden Eagles really just not have that great of a game. We still have a little bit of a buffer. I'm thinking Mezexis will probably jump over them. Isurus, if they can get their game together, they can probably jump over them, but it's Golden Eagles that they started the day with 55 points, and they've only gotten 12 points out of 5 matches. That's, 2 something points per match. That's just not the kind of points that you need to try to qualify for finals. So if I was Fraternity, I'd be pretty happy with it. Ventru is definitely in the hot seat, though, because I don't know if they're going to end up in those 4 qualifying spots, or out of the bottom 4 spots.
Yeah, I hear you. And I think from the bottom team as well, when they are looking at the points, it's okay, so if we need to, surpass them, we need to take this amount of points per day. And if everyone's trying to think it that way, sometimes more pressure, because for example, that day 1 you've been low already, so that average point that you get in the following 2 days are a lot higher. But you know what, that mentality is actually for an amateur. Higher level teams don't care exactly about that. They sometimes would use that when they need to, and when they can use that to their advantage, but it's not the thing that they use to try to comfort yourself when you've got many other things to work on. It's not the narration that you need to choose and say, we should be able to do that. Leave that somewhere else. Focus on those 2-3 points that's more about the game than the so-called stats. It's not even completely down to you, right? So what's down to you is the actual gameplay and how you get those points. I mean, we've got one Sandhawk. Fine, right? Take 10 points there from Hillstrat. It doesn't bother me. Like when you need to fight for a final spot, right? So all these things we will once again continue to talk about, and hope you guys had fun today as much as we did. I mean, we've got 2 more days to go, so same teams, right? 16, so different type of preparation, I guess, as opposed to what we had before. It's going to be, you know, same maps, same map rotation, same teams, different circles, but then coming in with a new mine, hopefully.
Hopefully. So teams that did well today, going back, seeing what did we do well? Like Delta Stars, I'm sure they're celebrating today, right? Doing what they did today,
Already?
do it again. Yes, already. And then, but some of these teams like Isurus, like Golden Eagles, even Team Queso, like I would go back and really try to understand what went wrong and how we can do better. But let's see these teams tomorrow and on Monday for the last super weekend of PMPL Latin America. So I'm Monica. You can find me on my socials here on my tag, and then you can find Professor Tarzan as well on socials. So come follow us, come talk to us about PMPL Latin America. But have a great night, and we will see you guys same time tomorrow.
Good night.